Chapter 1536. The epoch-making dragon groaned in pain as his dragon scales were destroyed. However, his bloodthirsty eyes became fiercer and fiercer in the dark space. He, the epoch-making dragon, a Tao lord, was bullied by a small lesser god like me. I don't know if it's sad or funny. As the old man spoke mockingly, a slovenly old man wearing linen clothes and his hair was tied up with straw slowly walked into the space. The old man had a wizened face, and his hair was burning like flames, which looked very creepy. Especially its eyes, which were pitch black in color, resembling that of a ghost. He was Yongye Chomo, an undying being who had lived for tens of millions of years. Kiddo, if my true body wasn't sealed, I wouldn't allow you to act so presumptuously. The epoch-making dragon roared when he saw his mortal enemy. Yongye Chomo smiled and said, "There are no IFS in this world. The reality is, I'll take your Dragon Ball and kill you." After saying that, Yongye Chomo's flaming hair dashed out for hundreds of meters and wrapped around the giant space where the epoch-making dragon was. The flames quickly filled the space of the hole, slowly burning and extinguishing it, revealing the true form of the epoch-making dragon hidden within. It was an ugly and gigantic beast. How does the epoch-making dragon fire taste? I learned it from your Dragon Ball, and it's especially effective against your dragon scales. Yongye Chomo sized up the strange beast and sneered. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a large group of people flew into the space outside the dragon scale. Among them were Yongye Joyang, the former emperor who had fled, Shimen Ingwu, Donghuang Ying, and the others who had followed him in the Empire of Darkness. Yongye Joyang looked fearful as he looked at the giant beast in front of him. He said in surprise, "Is this the epoch-making dragon, the master of the forbidden land of 10,000 demons?" Yongye Chomo chuckled and said, "What do you think? Am I ugly? I've seen his true face before, and I can't believe he's so handsome. I didn't expect that he would become so ugly after such a long time. No wonder he hid in the space and never saw the light of day. It turns out that he was too ashamed to show his face." Shameless Junior. The epoch-making dragon roared in anger. It raised its giant claws and wanted to attack, but the chains on its body immediately tightened and embedded into its flesh, causing the epoch-making dragon to suffer endless pain. Even so, the epoch-making dragon gritted its teeth and growled, "If you hadn't taken my Dragon Ball back then, how would I be in such dire straits?" Yongye Chomo looked at the epoch-making dragon, who was unable to resist, and sneered, "Epoch-making dragon, if you don't want to suffer, then hand over the Dragon Pearl incantation." To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that refining the Dragon Pearl cannot be stopped for so many years, I would have come to destroy you long ago. A sealed being like you must be a great evil. Only by getting rid of you will the lost nation be able to enjoy peace, Eternal Knight Chomo said. Fart. The epoch-making dragon was furious. When have I ever done anything to the lost nation? You, on the other hand, have exploited the bloodline of the descendant of the World Annihilation Emperor. Your methods are sinister and bloody. In terms of evil and evil, I am not even 1/10,000th of you. Yongye Chomo's eyes turned cold. Who told you that I have exploited the bloodline of the World Annihilation Emperor's descendant? Oh, it's him. He squinted his eyes and emitted a cold light. That Su guy ruined my plan and caused my refining speed to be greatly hindered. I only managed to refine the Dragon Pearl after delaying it for 2 years. I will settle this score with him. Didn't he stop me from extracting the bloodline of others? Fine, I will extract his bloodline and make him pay the price he deserves. The epoch-making dragon sneered. You have committed atrocities, and you will get what you deserve sooner or later. Humph, these words are usually uttered by the weak. Yongye Chomo sneered. Since you don't want to tell me, don't blame me for using force. Joyang, let him have a taste of the sealing chains. Yongye Chomo grinned hideously. Yongye Joyang hesitated for a moment before he took out a few whip-like artifacts that he had prepared and lashed out at the chains. The chains were used to seal the epoch-making dragon. They were extremely spiritual. Once they sensed that an external force was trying to break them, they would contract and punish the epoch-making dragon. However, at this moment, they had become Yongye Chomo's weapon to torture the epoch-making dragon. As expected, When the long whip touched the chains contracted immediately. The epoch-making dragon could not help but roar in agony. Yongye Joyoung felt sorry for the epoch-making dragon. He had no grudge against the epoch-making dragon. Yongye Joyoung could not bear to torture him like this. Why should I stop? Continue. Yongye Chomo said calmly. Yongye Joyoung pondered for a moment before he said to the epoch-making dragon, Senior, please hand them over so that you won't have to suffer. Not only did the epoch-making dragon give in, but he also grinned hideously. Go ahead and beat me. It's best if you can kill me. Then, I will be free. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. Yongye Chomo's face turned pale. He snatched a long whip from the epoch-making dragon and lashed it at lightning speed. Crack. With a loud noise, the chains contracted violently. Splat. The chains tightened around the epoch-making dragon's body. Under the intense pressure, the epoch-making dragon was badly mutilated, and blood splattered everywhere. Are you going to tell me or not? Yongye Chomo continued to swing the long whip. Every time he swung it, he would let out a blood-splattering roar. Yongye Chomo was filled with hostility. A perverted, hideous smile appeared on his face. It was as if the epoch-making dragon was screaming in agony. This made him even more excited, and he lashed out even more fiercely. Yongye Joyoung and the others shuddered slightly. They felt uncomfortable. When they noticed Yongye Chomo's expression, they felt even more uneasy. However, it was impossible for them to get rid of Yongye Chomo. At this moment, the epoch-making dragon was badly mutilated. Blood flowed all over his body, and the chains had already embedded themselves into his bones. He was about to be torn into pieces. Even so, the epoch-making dragon was still unyielding. There was a mocking look in his eyes. You will never obtain the power of the epoch-making dragon. So what if you try so hard to refine this Dragon Ball? In the end, it's still useless. It turned out that the epoch-making dragon had held back. He had only taught Yongye the method to control the Dragon Ball's power. However, he had kept the core of the epoch-making dragon's power. Yongye Chomo's expression turned cold. A hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes. The epoch-making dragon's will was stronger than he had expected. If this continued, it would be useless even if he killed him. However, apart from this, was there any other way to threaten him? At this moment, Yongye Chomo suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why was there only the epoch-making dragon in the barrier? He remembered that the ants of the sorcerer tribe were also hiding in this place. Yongye Chomo looked around at the holes of different sizes. He suddenly put down his whip, and his lips curled into a cruel smile. He laughed hideously. Hee, someone as cold and heartless as you actually thought about protecting those lowly ants. The epoch-making dragon's eyes flickered involuntarily when he heard that. Yongye Chomo caught the look in the epoch-making dragon's eyes. The hideous smile on his face became even wider. Hehe, it seems like I've guessed correctly. There must be someone among them that you want to protect. He narrowed his eyes and gripped his whip tightly again. He said mockingly, let me guess. Which hole is the one you really want to protect? Crack. He attacked without any warning. He lashed out with his whip and shattered the nearest hole. The whip was a custom-made imitation of an emperor-based saint artifact. It was extremely powerful, let alone Yongye Chomo himself. The hole instantly turned into ashes. The few sorcerer tribe members hiding inside let out terrified and painful screams. They turned into ashes along with the hole. The epoch-making dragon was furious. Stop. Hee. Are you afraid? I won't. Yongye Chomo laughed hideously. He waved his whip again, and another hole was shattered. Several sorcerer tribe members died on the spot. The epoch-making dragon widened his blood-red eyes. Stop. You bastard. Even Yongye Joyoung and the others could not stand it anymore. However, they did not dare to resist Yongye Chomo. Ha, this is the expression I wanted to see on your face. Yongye Chomo waved his whip continuously. The holes were shattered one after another. Countless sorcerer tribe members were turned into ashes amidst their screams. Yongye Chomo laughed maniacally. The epoch-making dragon could only struggle and roar. However, He was powerless. He could only watch as countless sorcerer tribe members were killed. At this moment, Youngye Chomor's whip had already destroyed all the holes within its range. Youngye Chomor smiled faintly. "You're still unwilling to tell me now. This means that I haven't harmed the person you want to protect. Then, let me guess, where exactly is he hiding?" He turned his gaze and locked onto an inconspicuous hole. It was neither too far nor too close to Youngye Chomor. Its size was neither too big nor too small. It was like a grain of sand in an ocean of sand. However, Youngye Chomor's intuition told him that inconspicuous grain of sand. He said leisurely, "This hole seems a little special. My intuition tells me that the person hiding inside is not ordinary." The epoch-making dragon's pupils shrank. He said in a deep voice, "Stop. That's enough. I can tell you the dragon pearl seal art that you want." In the end, he chose to give up. The person hiding inside the hole was Su Yu. Youngye Chomor's lips curled into a cold smile. "Unfortunately, I am more interested in him than the dragon pearl seal art. A living being that requires the protection of an epoch-making dragon. What could it be?" "No!" the epoch-making dragon roared. However, Youngye Chomor had already shattered the hole. However, he still had some strength left in his hand. He only shattered the outer layer of the space, so that the living being inside would not be harmed. As expected, the space shattered, revealing a complete humanoid living being. However, when Youngye Chomor saw who it was, he was stunned at first. He then sneered and laughed loudly. "So it's the young fellow with the surname Su. I was just fretting about not being able to find him, and you actually hid him here. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find him by chance. Epoch-making dragon, I really have to thank you." The epoch-making dragon stared at Youngye Chomor furiously. His eyes were filled with despair. In the end, he was still discovered. No one could avenge him. However, at that moment, Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the shattered pieces of space. His expression was calm as he said slowly, "I have to thank you too. Thank you for letting me out. Otherwise, it would have taken me a lot of effort to break open the hole from the inside." Chapter 1537. The hollow space came from the scales of the epoch-making dragon. It was easy to break it from the outside, but it was quite difficult to destroy it from the inside. Su Yu spent a great deal of effort in the space, but he still couldn't shake the hollow space. He saw what was happening in the outside world but failed no matter how hard he tried. Luckily, Youngye Chomor destroyed the hollow space in time. "Oh, thank me. Heh, heh, heh. You should thank me because I will make you wish you were dead," Youngye Chomor said with a hideous smile. "Joyoung, capture him." Youngye Joyoung hesitated for a while but didn't hesitate for too long. Youngye Joyoung teleported over. His figure in the royal robe was like a phantom shadow. Then, 18 palm prints appeared around Su Yu. Every single one of them was a real palm print, not an illusion. Palm of Eternal Night. This palm print was inherited by the royal family of Eternal Night. It was extremely powerful and each palm print was stronger than the previous one. The palm prints overlapped each other continuously. Few people at the same level as Su Yu could survive this palm print. Su Yu was not afraid, and his body was filled with boundless fighting will. He was like a giant who was ready to fight against the heavens and the earth. Boundless fighting will. Su Yu shouted in a low voice. After 5 years of preparation, his boundless fighting will had reached the upper realm. As soon as he used it, tens of thousands of divine weapons appeared behind him. Each of these divine weapons was formed by his body when he reached the lower realm. However, this time, there were tens of thousands of divine weapons. The tens of thousands of divine weapons dashed up to the sky and formed a dark cloud which swept across the surroundings. The 18 palm prints were confronting each other in the sky. Although the palm prints were powerful, half of the dark cloud of divine weapons were destroyed and turned into dust. However, although their bodies were destroyed, their fighting will was not extinguished. Soon, more powerful divine weapons were formed again from the dust. When the second palm print arrived, they were also destroyed. However, they were formed again with more powerful fighting will. Again and again, When the 18th palm print arrived, the fighting will of the tens of thousands of divine weapons was so powerful that it could destroy the world. The most powerful palm print was destroyed easily by the tens of thousands of divine weapons as if it was made of mud. The divine weapons didn't lose their momentum. Instead, they destroyed Yongye Joyoung with their fighting will. Yongye Joyoung was shocked. He didn't expect Su Yu could cultivate the boundless fighting will of the heaven-fighting divine warrior to such a high level. No wonder people said that Nitian Guyun was killed by Su Yu. It seemed that all these rumors were not groundless. "Brat, you're underestimating the imperial family's inheritance," Yongye Joyoung shouted in a deep voice. 9 fist-sized glowing balls that looked like 9 small suns emerged from his body. 9 suns burn the heavens. This technique was one of the 2 most powerful inheritances of the Evernite royal family, second only to the 6 laws of mind control. Only the heirs of the Empire of Darkness were qualified to cultivate it. However, Yongye Joyoung was the one who had mastered this art the most. Except for his ancestor, the Yongye king, no one could compare with him. This was also the origin of his name, Yongye Joyoung. As the 9 small suns revolved around Su Yu suddenly felt the temperature around him rise. Invisible flames that could be seen with the naked eye were rising and burning him. A faintly discernible shadow of a law vaguely appeared. The flames that triggered the descent of the chains of law. Su Yu smiled. With a flip of his palm, a golden bell appeared in his palm. As Su Yu threw it forward, the golden bell expanded to 100,000 feet in size. It fell from the sky and suppressed the 9 small suns. With a loud bang, the 9 small suns were trapped inside. The flames it emitted were all suppressed, and the surrounding temperature quickly dropped. Yongye Joyoung's pupils contracted. "The Tai East Emperor Bell? Where did you get it?" As the monarch of the empire, even he did not have such a powerful emperor-based saint weapon. Su Yu stared at him with a faint smile. "Do you really want to know, or are you trying to buy time so that you can use the 6 fundamental laws of mind control?" Yongye Joyoung's eyebrows twitched. His hands, which were hidden behind his back, were quickly making hand signs. Upon hearing that, he immediately activated the strongest technique of the Empire of Darkness, the 6 laws of mind control. He clenched his fist, and the Tai East Emperor Bell trembled uncontrollably as if it were flying toward Yongye Joyoung. This was the most feared inherited skill of the Empire of Darkness, the 6 laws of mind control. However, it was rumored that Yongye Joyoung had never practiced this technique. Even when Yongye Joyoung fought against Nitian Guyun for the remains of the Ice and Fire Divine Warrior, he did not use it. But now, not only was he able to execute it, his strength was also extremely strong, reaching the level of middle part initial mastery. Apparently, Yongye Joyoung had practiced this technique for many years. However, Yongye Joyoung had been pretending to be weak all this time and didn't want anyone to know that he had practiced this technique. The depth of his forbearance could be seen from this. "Are you surprised?" Yongye Joyoung said with a confident smile. "I planned to give Nitian Guyun a surprise by stealing the sacred sky warship that he was crafting. I didn't expect he would leave before the final battle with me. What was even more unexpected was that I would be getting the 23rd ranked Tai East Emperor Bell. This is beyond my expectation," Yongye Joyoung said delightedly. All of a sudden, Yongye Joyoung changed his expression and clenched his fist again. This was because his Tai Eastern Emperor Bell had actually stopped trembling, as if it was being controlled by another force. After several attempts, Yongye Joyoung found the 6 laws of mind control couldn't harm the Tai East Emperor Bell at all. Then, he stared at Su Yu's hands behind his back and said in surprise, Su Yu looked calm. Then, he showed his hands which were making hand signs to perform the 6 laws of mind control. Then, the Tai East Emperor Bell flew back to Su Yu's hand. As I expected. Yongye Joyoung couldn't believe his eyes. I didn't expect you would reach the upper class of the middle part. Who gave you the middle part? He had only given Su Yu the contents of the first part. Suddenly, Yongye Joyoung thought of something. Then, his face darkened. Was it the 2 unfilial sons and daughters? Su Yu said calmly, they just didn't want to be your accomplices. After saying that, Su Yu's eyes turned cold. Then, He took out a chain and slashed it at the void behind him. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, a figure holding a khaki-colored longsword fell out of the void, caught off guard. His figure was a little embarrassed. What a sharp sense! The figure was a little surprised. Yongye Joyoung looked at him and said, "Father, why did you attack him?" It was a fight between him and Su Yu. As a senior, Yongye Chomo attacked him sneakily from behind and was exposed. Yongye Chomo scolded coldly, "You piece of trash. Step back. You are weaker than a young man." In fact, Yongye Chomo was more surprised than Su Yu. He had been paying attention to Su Yu from the very beginning. Over the past 7 or 8 years, Su Yu's cultivation had improved tremendously. Now that he had returned after missing for 2 years, he had acquired many magical powers and heavenly treasures. Yongye Joyoung stepped back in embarrassment. He looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression in his eyes. "Young man, I admit that I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you could defeat a level 2 deity. You have improved so fast that even I am impressed," Yongye Chomo said in a hoarse voice. He squinted his eyes and said with a faint smile, "If you were given more time, I believe you could surpass level 2 and reach my current level. It's a pity that you won't have the chance." Yellow Heaven Sword. Yongye Chomo swung the long yellow sword at Su Yu. Su Yu was shocked. He didn't dare to underestimate the swordsmanship of a level 1 deity. While protecting himself with the chain, Su Yu took out the Tai East Emperor Bell again. A series of sparks appeared on the chain. Then, it was swept away by the mighty power of the long sword. The sword was unstoppable and hit the Tai East Emperor Bell directly. Ripples appeared on the surface of the Tai East Emperor Bell. It was almost pierced through. Su Yu was shocked. Even the giant of the Bitter Sea couldn't reach this level. They were both level 1 deities, but Nitian Chomo was much more powerful. "Humph. Do you think you will be safe if you hide behind the Emperor-based Saint artifact?" Nitian Chomo sneered. Su Yu was alarmed. Without saying a word, a gigantic Tai Chi pattern appeared under his feet. Almost at this moment, the long sword in Nitian Chomo's hand changed into a crystal ball. It contained an intense aura of the Dragon Clan. It contained an extremely horrifying dragon power. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the power. Needless to say, Su Yu could guess what it was. It was the Dragon Ball of the epoch-making dragon power. With the Dragon Ball in his hand, Nitian Chomo's body changed subtly. 2 pitch-black dragon horns grew on his head. Silver scales appeared all over his body. His pupils were yellowish, which was unique to the Dragon Clan. The hand that held the Dragon Ball had the most unique change. It was almost the same as the giant claw of the epoch-making dragon. It was huge, sharp, and contained powerful dragon power. Seeing this, the epoch-making dragon was furious and shocked. "Su Yu, be careful. He has refined the Dragon Ball and can mobilize 1/10,000th of the dragon power in the Dragon Ball." He did not continue, but Su Yu could imagine how terrifying 1/10,000th of the dragon power of the epoch-making dragon was at its peak would be. This palm strike could at least reach the level of a Star River Overlord. A mere Emperor-based Saint artifact ranked 23rd couldn't possibly block it. At this critical moment, Su Yu spread his fingers. Cosmos Sword Formation. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a silver light flashed behind him, and 9 straight, sharp, silver-black feathers appeared. However, upon closer inspection, they were not feathers at all. They were 9 long swords that were stuck upside down on Su Yu's back. They looked like feathers. The 9 feathers immediately shot up into the sky and spun rapidly around Su Yu. Because of the rapid rotation, the shadows left by the 9 swords connected into a line, forming a clear arc around Su Yu. The arc circled around Su Yu as if some strange object had been attached to him. A wave of shocking sword energy rippled out slowly. It was like a mighty force that could split the heavens and the earth, filled with a terrifying will that could destroy the wilderness and shatter the chaos. The expression of Yongye Chomo, who was about to strike, changed completely. He had experienced this feeling not long ago when he was refining the Dragon Ball. At that time, he was very far away, and the feeling was very vague. However, He was sure that it was the inherited sword technique of the demon sword divine warrior, the cosmos sword formation. The fear and trepidation he experienced at that time almost caused his refinement to be interrupted still lingered in his heart. He had been guessing that the descendant of the demon sword divine warrior had been born. However, he had never expected that the so-called descendant of the demon sword divine warrior was none other than Su Yu, whom he was about to deal with. A fear that came from the depths of his soul caused Yongye Chumor's entire body to tremble. As he stared at the dark silver arc, Yongye Chumor felt like he was about to be destroyed. His heart thumped wildly. Swish. After a brief moment of consideration, Yongye Chumor chose to flee without hesitation. A level 1 deity could travel hundreds of millions of miles with a single thought. However, he did not expect Su Yu's figure to follow him like a shadow, still above his head. Chapter 1538. Su Yu put his palms together and said calmly, "When the epoch-making dragon begged you to stop, did you show any mercy? If so, what makes you think you are qualified to beg for mercy?" After saying that, Su Yu rotated his fingers. The silvery black arc flickered violently. The destructive power was about to explode. Yongye Chumor was running away in fear. However, Su Yu was still standing on his head like a ghost. At this moment, the cosmos sword formation was activated. The silvery black arc was like the first ray of light in this dark and chaotic world. It separated the sky from the earth, cut off the night from the day, and isolated the yin from the yang. Everything was wiped out by the silvery light. The entire lost nation could clearly feel a mighty force that could split the heavens and earth apart, traversing the space-time of the lost nation. They also sensed that a silver light had swept across the entire lost nation. There was no destruction or screams, because even the sound had been destroyed. The aura of Yongye Chumor had been erased from this world. Only endless ruins were left. 1/10 of the Blackwood forest had been razed to the ground. Within a radius of 10 trillion kilometers, not even a blade of grass could be seen. When the silvery light disappeared, the world became peaceful again. To be exact, it was dead silent. The 9 swords returned to Su Yu's back like feathers. Su Yu looked very tired. His divine strength, physical strength, and soul strength had almost been used up. Su Yu flew down slowly and sat on the ground with his legs crossed to recover. However, it was too late. Along with several ear-rending noises, Yongye Joyang led a group of people to approach Su Yu cautiously. Sensing the terrifying power lingering in the air and gazing at the endless destruction, they could only feel their hearts beating wildly. When they sensed Su Yu's existence, they sensed Su Yu's weakness. However, they didn't dare to approach him. After a long time, Yongye Joyang gritted his teeth and flew down. When he saw the 9 swords on Su Yu's back, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Shangguan Feiyu, Donghuang Ying, and Shimen Ingwu flew down one after another. Then, they surrounded Su Yu and trapped him in the center. Shimen Ingwu's eyes were filled with jealousy. In the past, they had stood at the same starting line, but 10 years had passed. Although she had made rapid progress, compared to Su Yu, her so-called progress was negligible. Seeing that Su Yu was like an arrow at the end of its flight, she could not help but have evil thoughts. She stared at him and said, "King, he seems to be unable to move." Donghuang Ying's eyes gleamed with a cold divine light. "That Tai Eastern Emperor bell is an Emperor Path Saint weapon of our ancestor, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Is Sovereign King willing to seek justice for our Eastern royal clan and retrieve that lost inheritance treasure? When a wall is down, everyone will give it a shove. Especially after the existence that they used to look up to in the past had collapsed, they even had the thought of stepping on it. It was to the extent that he even wanted to lay his hands on the magical treasure that Su Yu always carried with him." Shangguan Feiyu's eyes were filled with pity. He and Su Yu were somewhat related, but the King of Eternal Darkness would not let Su Yu off. Whether it was the debt of the past or the hatred of today, everyone fixed their eyes on Yongye Joyang. Even though Su Yu was seriously injured, only Yongye Joyang was confident that he could kill him. Yongye Joyang's eyes changed several times. Finally, he made up his mind. Then, he stepped forward. His divine strength gushed out and swept towards Su Yu. Shimen Ingwu was a bit excited. Shangguan Feiyu sighed silently and closed his eyes to feel sorry for Su Yu. A sovereign like Su Yu was killed just like that. The epoch-making dragon, who was far away, sensed Su Yu's attack and roared angrily. The dragon roar echoed for a long time. However, it could not stop Yongye Juyang's attack. Nobody could save Su Yu. However, unexpectedly, the divine strength that was sweeping towards Su Yu slowed down suddenly. Then, it turned into a strand of pure divine strength and gushed into Su Yu's body to speed up his recovery. Shangguan Feiyu was stunned. Then, he looked at Yongye Joyang in surprise. Shimen Ingwu and Donghuang Ying were also stunned. Shimen Ingwu said in surprise, "Sovereign King, what happened?" Yongye Joyang stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Then, he asked as he stared at Su Yu, "How are Chushue and Wuheng?" Su Yu looked at him calmly and said, "They will surpass you soon." Hearing this, Yongye Joyang felt relieved as he stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Good. Good. I have so many sons and daughters. However, they are the most outstanding ones." "That's good." Although he was smiling, Yongye Joyang could see his loneliness. His two most outstanding children, however, were running in the opposite direction from him, as though they were strangers. Tell them that when they get married and start their own businesses, don't follow their father's example. Don't destroy their families and their country, Yongye Joyang said as he flew up into the sky. Shangguan Feiyu was surprised for a long time. Then, he smiled and followed Yongye Joyang. Shimen Ingwu was unwilling to give up. After catching up with Yongye Joyang, she said, "Sovereign King, why don't you take this opportunity to kill him? He is a wanted criminal of the Four Empires. Also, he killed the old great emperor of Yongye Chomor. If you let him go, will you let him go?" Donghuang Ying's eyes flickered as he said, "He stole the secret inheritance of the Yongye royal family and the great treasure of our Eastern royal family. How can we let him go?" Hearing they were dissatisfied, Yongye Joyang turned around and said calmly, "Enemy? Who is our enemy? It is the prophecy about the catastrophe that has been passed down from generation to generation. The world will collapse, the evil woman will be born, the world will be in chaos, and the common people will cry. I know the old great emperor is not a good person. However, I still follow him. Why? Because he is the most powerful being in the god realm. He is the only one who can defeat the prophecy," Yongye Joyang said. "Now, there is someone who is much more powerful than the old great emperor. If we kill him while he is seriously injured, we will be putting the cart before the horse." Shimen Ingwu had always been arrogant. If Yongye Wuheng was killed, she could tolerate him because he always stood above her. However, Su Yu, who came later than her, was not someone she could tolerate. Donghuang Ying continued, "What about the lost emperor-based saint artifact of our Eastern royal family? Are we going to let an outsider take control of it?" Yongye Joyang looked at him and said, "This artifact has been lost for billions of years. I don't know how many people have owned it. The Eastern royal family is just one of them. How could the Eastern royal family have an emperor-based saint artifact? As far as I know, the Taiyi Eastern royal bell was stolen by your ancestors from other creatures, right?" After a long silence, Donghuang Ying nodded his head and said, "Your Majesty, you are right." Yongye Joyang said, "If you don't mind, let's go back to the Empire of Darkness. The old great emperor left something behind, which will help us to defeat the prophecy." The others nodded their heads and started to leave. However, not long after they left, Shimen Ingwu and Donghuang Ying found an excuse to leave the team and never came back. Shangguan Feiyu said, "Your Majesty, why didn't you stop them? You knew they were going to harm Su Yu." He was quite curious why Yongye Joyang agreed to leave the team when the two of them asked the emperor for permission. Even Shangguan Feiyu could tell the two of them were still thinking about Su Yu, who was seriously injured. Yongye Joyang sighed slightly, "If they want to die, let them be. I have done my best." "Your Majesty, do you mean?" Shangguan Feiyu raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Su Yu is still able to fight?" Yongye Joyang said seriously, "He is more than able to fight. Even if he wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. I should be thankful that he didn't kill us and let us live." "What?" Shangguan Feiyu was shocked. How could Su Yu still have the power to kill a level 2 deity when he was seriously injured? If Yongye Joyang didn't say this, he wouldn't believe it. The look in Yongye Joyang's eyes deepened. Otherwise, why do you think I changed my attack to help him recover? Because I sensed a destructive force which was almost as powerful as the cosmos sword formation was brewing. I am afraid I will be killed before I can hurt him. Shangguan Feiyu understood why Yongye Joyang changed his mind. It turned out Yongye Joyang changed his attitude because he sensed Su Yu was in danger. After a pause, Shangguan Feiyu said hesitantly, Your Majesty, what you said about Princess Chushua and Prince Wuheng is also, Su Yu was a loyal person, so it was not a secret. Yongye Joyang's words were exactly what he wanted to hear. After a while, Yongye Joyang said, half true, half false. Shangguan Feiyu said after a pause, then, we don't have to wait for them to come back. I don't think they will come back. Let's go. Yongye Joyang nodded his head. Then, he flew away with the others. At this critical moment, Su Yu glanced at the direction where Yongye Joyang left. Then, he took back the replica world annihilation plate in his sleeve. If Yongye Joyang didn't know what was good for him, Su Yu wouldn't mind killing him. Su Yu calmed down and started to cultivate. Then, he thought to himself, the cosmos sword formation is indeed powerful. However, it consumes a lot of energy every time I use it. I'd better not use it until the last moment. However, it was worth it to kill Yongye Chomo. Su Yu was shocked when he thought of Yongye Chomo's half-dragon form. If it weren't for the cosmos sword formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, a figure dashed over. It was Shimin Ingwu who had come back. She saw Su Yu was still sitting with his legs crossed. She didn't show up until now. Swish. With a burst of sharp sword energy, Shimin Ingwu landed 1,000 feet away from Su Yu. Holding the long sword in her right hand, she looked at Su Yu up and down. Then, she said with an elegant smile, Hehe, Su Yu, you are the commander of the Lost Nation. Now, you can kill a level 1 deity with a single sword attack. I didn't expect the talented young man I met in the Empire of Darkness would become so powerful that I have to look up to him. Su Yu looked at her calmly. Did you come back just to catch up? As far as I remember, we didn't know each other very well. They didn't even say a word to each other. Catch up? Of course not. I want to make a deal with you, Shimin Ingwu said with a faint smile. Su Yu shook his head. I don't think I need to make a deal with you. You need it. Shimin Ingwu smiled coldly. I will spare your life in exchange for your lifetime's training resources, insights, techniques, and everything else. What jealousy? What envy? After all, it was just Shimin Ingwu's excuse. There was only one real reason for her to come back, and that was the secret of Su Yu's rapid rise. Su Yu stared at her and said calmly, If I were you, I would leave immediately. Shimin Ingwu said confidently, Don't put on an act. If you really had the power to resist, you wouldn't have wasted your breath on a nobody like me, right? Su Yu's eyes were cold as he shook his head. Shimin Ingwu swept her long sword across, her beautiful eyes cold. I think you need to be like the epoch-making dragon. You have to endure the torture of death before you are willing to speak. Chapter 1539. After he finished speaking, he abruptly thrust his longsword toward the 9-jade spiritual pearl. His eyes were filled with madness and morbidity similar to Yongye Chomo's. I'll kill a living being in a cave abode first. Let's see if you'll talk or not. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. The replica of the world annihilation plate, which he had already put away, fell down silently. When it was enlarged in the air, it covered the sky and covered the sun. It was a magnificent sight. Then, a world devastator cannon swept across with a blinding beam of light. With a soft clang, a broken sword lay alone on the ground. The owner of the broken sword was nowhere to be found, and even his aura had disappeared from the world. At that moment, Su Yu muttered to himself, I'm willing to waste my breath on you not because I have a guilty conscience, but because I don't want another profit-driven person to die in my hands. Then, Su Yu looked at the horizon and said indifferently, Who allowed you to leave? Come here. At the foot of the mountain range on the horizon, a young man who had burrowed into the ground emerged, drenched in cold sweat. He flew toward Su Yu with a face full of apprehension and fear. Su Yu sized him up and said coldly, "You're really cunning. You let Shimen Ingwu test the waters, while you waited for an opportunity to strike from behind." Dong Huangying's entire body stiffened as his countenance turned black. Despair filled his heart as his lips trembled. I didn't." Waving his hand, Su Yu was too lazy to argue with such a small fry. "Let me ask you, is the Moonwatch sect master still alive?" Yongye Chomo was the one who had searched his soul. Even if he didn't die, he would be in a miserable state. Dong Huangying nodded like a little chick pecking at grains. He's alive, he's still alive. He's trapped in the cavern world of the Sand Continent. Su Yu nodded. "Bring me to him, and I'll spare your life." Upon hearing this, Dong Huangying felt as though she was saved from death's door. She knelt down in gratitude. After keeping Dong Huangying, Su Yu returned to the forbidden land of 10,000 demons. After Yongye Chomo's destruction, the forbidden land of 10,000 demons was in a mess. Most of the holes in the space had shattered, and many of the shaman tribe's clansmen were either dead or injured. The one who suffered the most was the epoch-making dragon. His skin was lacerated, and there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. He lay on the ground, on the verge of death, and blood flowed endlessly. Su Yu landed in front of her and sighed with emotion. He then asked, "How can I help you?" There was a seal on his body, and if Su Yu tried to attack him, the seal would be activated, and he wouldn't be able to recover from it. The epoch-making dragon reluctantly opened his eyes and said, "It's fine as long as we find the dragon balls." "The dragon pearl." Su Yu looked apologetic. "I'm afraid the dragon pearl has been destroyed in the cosmos sword formation just now. However," the epoch-making dragon said seriously, "even if the demon sword emperor is reborn, he can't destroy the dragon ball." Su Yu understood the underlying meaning, and his expression gradually turned grave. "The aura of the dragon pearl disappeared because I once taught Yongye Chomo a mystical ability that came with the dragon pearl, the dragon shedding shell technique. In times of danger, he can instantly teleport to another safe location at the cost of serious injuries." Hearing this, Su Yu's face darkened. The dragon pearl had disappeared, and so had the Yongye Chomo. In other words, he was not dead, but had teleported to another place with heavy injuries. "How long can you last?" Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he asked. The creator dragon replied, "Until you return." "All right." Su Yu nodded deeply, his eyes filled with determination. "I will bring back the dragon pearl as soon as possible." After that, Su Yu recuperated on the spot. After exchanging greetings with the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple and the others, he immediately set off for the Sand Continent to rescue the Moonwatch sect leader. What he did not know was that after he left, the epoch-making dragon had a cunning look in his eyes. "Haha, you've grown much faster than I imagined. It seems like there's still a chance for me to leave this place." The Sand Continent was located in a strange sand region in the Blackwood Forest. The place stretched on endlessly. In the vast Blackwood Forest, this barren sand region was rather peculiar. Under Dong Huangying's guidance, Su Yu came before an extremely ordinary grain of sand. Even without Dong Huangying's introduction, Su Yu could tell that this was a cavern world with a casual glance. "Wait here. If I find the Moonwatch sect leader dead, humph." Dong Huangying hurriedly said, "No, he's alive and well." Su Yu glared at him and entered the cavern world. After scanning this cavern world with his powerful background, Su Yu was a little surprised to find that many people in this world were important civil and military officials of the former Empire of Darkness, as well as local dignitaries. Among them, Grand Tutor Yuan, a civil official, impressed Su Yu the most. He did not expect Yongye Joyang would still keep such a useless civil official after the calamity of the Empire of Darkness. With a little curiosity, Su Yu found Grand Tutor Yuan was instructing some people to tidy up all kinds of scrolls. The scrolls were tightly sealed. It seemed the contents of the scrolls were very important. The Empire of Darkness has fallen so far, but a group of fallen officials are still busy tidying up documents. Su Yu vaguely felt something was wrong. However, he had no time to pay attention to it. Su Yu continued to scan the scrolls. As expected, he found the aura of the Moonwatch sect leader. He was indeed alive, but his condition, in the cavern world, on a dark hill, there was a group of slaves in ragged clothes with chains on their feet. They were holding special hard iron hoes and digging the hill under their feet. Su Yu did not know what material the hill was made of. When the hard hoes dug into it, they could only leave a shallow mark of a few inches. At the same time, a series of sparks would appear. Among the group of beggars, there was a man with an extraordinary temperament who could not hide his miserable appearance. He was also forced to do manual labor. In addition to the chains on his feet, a soul-stabilizing wood was nailed deep into his head between his eyebrows. Su Yu's expression softened a little. Then, he teleported to the front of the man. Seeing Su Yu's arrival, the man with the extraordinary temperament looked as usual and did not panic at all. However, when he saw Su Yu, his expression gradually changed. He said in a low voice, "Why are you here? Go quickly. It turns out that a peerless expert has been hiding in the Empire of Darkness. While he is away, you should leave immediately." Su Yu said, "Rest assured, Moonwatch sect leader. He will not come back for the time being. I am here to save you." Seeing Su Yu's determination, the Moonwatch sect leader asked doubtfully, "So, you have been to the forbidden land of 10,000 demons?" Su Yu nodded and removed the soul-stabilizing wood from between his eyebrows. Without it, the sorcery energy in the Moonwatch sect leader's body started flowing again. The Moonwatch sect leader was delighted. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you very much. This is a seal set by Yongye Chumor himself. I can't remove it by myself. I need external help." Su Yu said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's leave first." "Wait," the Moonwatch sect leader said. Su Yu was puzzled. "Sect leader, do you still have something to do?" The Moonwatch sect leader shook his head and said, "No. After I was captured, I found out that something very special was going on in this cavern world." "Oh." Su Yu was surprised. Anything that could make the Moonwatch sect leader feel special was definitely not ordinary. "I found out that they seemed to be digging up some ancient object." "Ancient object?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He suddenly remembered the large amount of information that Grand Tutor Yuan had ordered people to sort out. Could it be the analysis of ancient objects? Ancient object? Where? Su Yu asked after thinking for a while. The Moonwatch sect leader smiled without saying a word. Su Yu was stunned, but he quickly reacted. He looked at the dark hill under his feet. "Is this it?" "Yes. I don't know where Yongye Chumor found it, but he ordered people to dig it up day and night." Su Yu tried to use the earthly dragon beast. The earthly dragon beast was best at digging into the ground. Its sharp beak was specially designed for this purpose. However, the beak of the earthly dragon beast could only drill a few inches into the dark hill. It could not go any deeper. If it forced its way down, it would only create a series of sparks. Hey! Su Yu was slightly surprised, and his interest was piqued. After thinking for a while, he took out the long sword of golden flames forbidden wood that had been forged for 5,000 years. At this moment, the long sword was so sharp that even a level 2 deity would not be able to resist it. As a wizard, the Moonwatch sect leader's physical body was even more difficult to resist. He felt the danger and could not help but look surprised. "This is a very dangerous long sword." Su Yu smiled. His eyes focused, and the long sword slashed down fiercely. However, it only pierced a foot into the hill and could not go any deeper. When he pulled out the long sword of golden flames forbidden wood, he saw that the long sword was stained with a trace of colorful liquid. "What is this?" Su Yu was slightly surprised. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Suddenly, Su Yu thought of something, and his pupils constricted. The Moonwatch sect leader touched it subconsciously, but was quickly stopped by Su Yu. He said, "Stop, don't touch it. It is very dangerous." This colorful liquid was very similar to the blood of the ancient god Jolong. They were both filled with great power, but the difference was that the blood of the ancient god Jolong was colorful. Now, it was purple and black divine blood. The Moonwatch sect leader stared at the liquid and said, "Do you know the origin of this thing?" Su Yu did not speak. He summoned the 9 long swords of golden flames forbidden wood, and they revolved around the dark hill like a gust of wind, sweeping away the 3-inch surface of the hill. In this way, the thing inside the hill was revealed. Standing in the distance, the Moonwatch sect leader was surprised. "It is the head of a living creature." It was a head that was dozens of feet high. It was pitch black, with 2 huge fangs at the corners of its mouth and countless small teeth. At first glance, one could tell that it was a ferocious creature. The 3-inch surface of the head was actually just dust that had adhered to it over the years. Just as I expected. Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. It probably confirms what I have in mind, but further verification is needed. With a roll of his big sleeves, Su Yu took the head away and teleported away with the Moonwatch sect leader. 2 days later, in Shun capital, in the former mansion of the Wang clan. The underground of the mansion was a forbidden area of the Wang clan. There was a spiritual pool filled with rich heavenly fire, which could be condensed into a pool every 10 years. Last time, Su Yu had the opportunity to train here and purify his soul. Now that he was back, Su Yu stared at the huge rock under his feet with anticipation. As he opened his 5 fingers, the 9 swords of golden flames forbidden wood rotated and swept around, constantly cutting the huge rock under his feet. At first, the Moonwatch sect leader did not understand Su Yu's intention. However, as the huge rock was constantly cut, pieces of strange bones were revealed, and he was shocked. After a full hour, all the surrounding rocks were cleaned up, revealing an object that had been embedded in the rock for countless years. It was a scarlet head. The face of this head was equally ferocious. Even though it had been dead for a long time, its ferocious aura still remained. Especially when he looked into the pair of black hollow eyes, he shuddered even more. After digging out 2 strange heads in a row, the Moonwatch sect leader was shocked. "What is going on here?" Su Yu's eyes shone with a profound light. He took a deep breath and said, "I think I know what the Lost Nation is." In the morning, he was asked to go on a business trip after writing 1 chapter. He did not return until 6 o'clock in the evening. He hurriedly wrote 2 more chapters to make up for 3. Chapter 1540. The Moonwatch sect leader was stunned. The Lost Nation was the place where the wizard tribe had lived for generations. What other special significance did it have? "Let's go somewhere else." Su Yu rolled up his sleeves and took the skeleton away. They came to a spacious flat ground. Staring at the scarlet skull, Su Yu clearly remembered that the black invitation in his hand had emerged from the skull along with the heavenly fire. If that was the case, then inside the black skull, Su Yu held a golden flames forbidden wood sword in each of his palms and cut it with his supreme sharpness. As expected, the golden flames forbidden wood sword could not do anything to the skull. Instead, the body of the sword showed signs of damage. Su Yu stopped in time. After thinking about it, he touched the prayer beads on his wrist. Little Icefire was still asleep. It was all thanks to Little Icefire that the scarlet head had been broken. Since it was asleep, he could only ask for help from the troublesome little girl. "Come out." Su Yu's arm flashed with green light, and a little girl in colorful clothes emerged. She was holding a piece of aged heavenly orchid silver bamboo in her hands and was chewing happily on the ground. While humming an unknown tune, her buttocks were shaking. Sensing the changes in the outside world, she raised her eyebrows and looked around. When she saw Su Yu, she jumped up as if she had seen an enemy from a lifetime ago. At the same time, she rushed over with her claws and teeth and said fiercely, "Liar! Damn liar! What happened to the 2 drops of divine blood? I was beaten until I vomited blood, and you didn't fulfill your promise." Su Yu said, "I was too busy before and had no time to leave." After saying that, he quickly shot out a jade bottle. It was so fast that before the Moonwatch sect leader could sense what it was, he was held in Little Butterfly's arms. Her little face, which had been fierce just a moment ago, was beaming with joy in the blink of an eye. She was grinning from ear to ear. The Moonwatch sect leader looked at the weird girl in surprise. For some reason, he vaguely felt that this girl gave him a very uneasy feeling. This feeling was only felt when he was facing Yongye Chomor. "Little Butterfly, I let you out. In addition to fulfilling my promise, I also gave you some delicious food." Su Yu pointed at the black head, which he was helpless against, and calmly said, That's the compensation I've come all the way here for you. Xiao Dai's gaze swept over, and her eyes lit up, the same aura as the liquid in the bottle. It's just that it's much weaker. But I feel like there's something special inside. Little Butterfly's eyes lit up. She put away the jade bottle, licked her lips, and pounced on the head. Two tender little hands hugged his head tightly, and his whole body stuck to it. At first glance, it looked like a small gecko on the wall. But it was precisely this little gecko that opened its mouth and bit down fiercely, making a cracking sound. One could see with the naked eye that the indestructible skull had a crack and a bite mark on it. The Moonwatch sect master gasped, and his whole body was covered with cold air. He cried out involuntarily, "What? What kind of creature is she?" He had experienced the toughness of the pitch-black skull. No divine weapon could break it. Even someone as powerful as Youngya Chomor had tried to penetrate the skull, but he had not succeeded. But the little girl in front of him, with her terrifying teeth, the Moonwatch sect master could not help but take a few steps back in fear. Xiao Dai scratched her head in dissatisfaction. So hard. Temph, I want to bite through it. Munch, munch, munch. Xiao Dai continued to bite. Finally, a crisp sound, like an eggshell cracking, fell into Su Yu's ears. In the pitch-black skull, a hole the size of a finger had been bitten. Xiao Dai's face lit up with joy. She bit along the hole, expanding it until it was as wide as a person. Ha ha ha, I smell something delicious. Xiao Dai wiped the sweat from her forehead and went in excitedly. Unexpectedly, when half of his body went in, his legs were grabbed by someone and slowly pulled out. Xiao Dai looked back and said unhappily, "Why are you pulling me?" Su Yu smiled warmly. "You're tired. Take a rest. Leave the hardest work to me." "I'm not tired. Let go, I smell something good." Xiao Dai was impatient. Su Yu opened the 9-jade spiritual pearl, lifted her upside down, and slowly stuffed her into it. He said warmly, "You're really tired." "I'm not tired." Xiao Dai was so angry that her eyebrows were twisted. "You're tired." "I'm not tired." "I'm tired." "No, wait, you're a liar. You lied to me to open the skull." "Ah, I'm going to eat you, you damn liar." Before she could finish her words, she was thrown into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Su Yu could vaguely hear Xiao Dai's angry curses. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, Su Yu explained to the Moonwatch sect master with a smile, "The child is still young and disobedient. Sect master, just take it as a joke." The Moonwatch sect master nodded dumbfounded. Oh, no, it's okay. Your child is very good. Yes, so good that she wanted to eat Su Yu." Su Yu rubbed his slightly stiff cheeks and looked at the hole in the skull. With a thought, Su Yu flew into it. It was pitch black inside. Su Yu shook the golden flame's forbidden wood sword in his hand, and the golden light rose sharply, illuminating the inside of the skull. There was a pool of purple-black liquid inside, similar to the blood of the ancient god Jolong. Su Yu was excited. There was so much divine blood, much more than what the ancient god Jolong had left behind. However, this divine blood was far inferior to the blood of the ancient god Jolong, so Su Yu didn't feel too much pressure. Against the purple-black water vapor, Su Yu saw a dark red box floating in the liquid. The box had been soaked in the purple-black divine blood all year round, but it didn't corrode at all. Instead, it was as bright as before. "What is this?" Su Yu was surprised. He waved his hand and took the dark red box. It was as light as a feather in his hand, weightless. The strangest thing was that when the dark red box was separated from the purple-black liquid, the liquid boiled and evaporated into water vapor, which was absorbed into the dark red box. In the blink of an eye, the purple-black liquid was absorbed without a trace, leaving not a single drop behind. At the same time, several lines of small words appeared on the dark red box. "Only those who become a high-level god can open it. I will grant you a wish." As soon as the words appeared, Su Yu's palm, which was holding the red box, was slightly hot. Su Yu immediately let go of the red box and looked at it. There was a purple-black mark on his palm, which looked like the word demon. The Moonwatch sect master witnessed the whole process and was surprised. Could it be that only those who have this mark can break through to become a high-level god can open this red box? It had been hidden in the skull for so many years by an unknown and mysterious existence. What was sealed in the red box must be extraordinary, just like the black invitation card of the Tao Abyss. No matter what, you need to at least become an existence like the divine warriors of heaven and earth to open the red box. It is still too early now, Suyu said. He put the red box together with the invitation card of the Tao Abyss. Then, he cleaned up the scene and put away the two skulls. Suyu then told the Moonwatch sect master about the major disaster that was about to happen in the Lost Nation in the near future. Unexpectedly, the Moonwatch sect master already knew about it. He said, "No wonder the cenotaph of the wizard ancestor cracked without warning a few months ago. The cenotaph has existed since the birth of the wizard tribe. For countless years, it has been as stable as a rock and has never changed. Even the passage of time has not eroded it. Now that it suddenly cracked, I had a bad feeling. I didn't expect it to be the evil girl who destroyed your god realm. If this is the case, once she escapes, the Lost Nation will also be destroyed. As a creature of the Lost Nation, the wizard tribe is duty-bound," the Moonwatch sect master said. At the same time, he took out 10% of his essence blood and gave it to Suyu. His face immediately became much paler, and he looked quite weak. "I will rush back to the wizard tribe immediately and call on the subordinates of the wizard tribe to donate their essence blood," the Moonwatch sect master said. Suyu said gratefully, "If we can survive the catastrophe, it will be thanks to you, sect master. We are all in the same boat. Well, there is no time to lose. I will set off immediately and meet up with the 4 great empires when the time comes." After the Moonwatch sect master finished speaking, he immediately rushed to the forbidden land of 10,000 demons. Suyu's eyes flashed and he looked in the direction of the Empire of Darkness. "I wonder how the Mermaid Emperor has arranged the gathering of the 4 great empires." With a thought, Suyu instantly flew hundreds of millions of miles and went straight to the former Empire of Darkness. When passing by the Azura Forbidden Land, Suyu stopped for a moment and stared at the swirling vortex in the sky. There was a knot in his heart that he couldn't let go. Xiana accidentally obtained the legacy of the second Pathmaster of Azura, the Dark Phoenix Pathmaster, and embarked on the path of Azura. He didn't know whether this was good or bad for her. After stopping for a moment, Suyu left with the wind. What he didn't know was that in the Blackwood forest below, 2 hidden figures finally revealed themselves at this moment. They looked in the direction where Suyu left with extreme fear and hatred. "Suyu, I will never let you go," a beautiful, elegant woman said. Her snow-like eyes were full of hatred. Beside her was none other than the mysterious man who had followed her for the longest time, Li Fei. When the demonic dimension was breached, Li Fei pretended to be an ordinary demon and escaped. It was him who rescued Princess Yunxia the moment the huge body of the Giant of the Bitter Sea was destroyed. Otherwise, she would have died under the Cosmos Sword formation. Then the Star River opened, revealing the passage between the 2 god realms, and they just entered the Lost God realm. More coincidentally, they lingered near the Azura Forbidden Land and almost bumped into Suyu. Princess Yunxia's countless years of planning was destroyed in one day. How could she not hate him? Li Fei comforted her. "You are lucky to be able to survive from this man's hands. With this man's ruthlessness, if he finds you, he will definitely kill you." The hatred on Princess Yunxia's face did not diminish. "It doesn't matter if I die, but he has destroyed the hope of rescuing the Lord." The Giant of the Bitter Sea was the hope that she had spent countless efforts on. In the end, it was completely destroyed by Suyu's sword. Even the Azura that was revealed was swept into the space-time space and disappeared. Hearing this, Li Fei shook his head and said mysteriously, "Princess, you don't have to worry too much. The Lord actually has several arrangements. The Azura messenger is only one of them. He has another arrangement, and I believe he will be able to escape." "What? There is another arrangement?" Princess Yunxia was surprised. "What is it?" Li Fei smiled bitterly. "I don't know. When the God Realm collided with the Lost Nation, it caused a huge shock. The Azura Forbidden Land shook, and the seal was loosened for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Lord set up 2 backup plans. One of them was the Azura messenger. who knew that he was sealed by the descendants of the demon sword divine warrior. The other one is extremely mysterious, and I don't know what it is. Princess Yunxia thought hard for a moment, but she did not know. Her gloomy face gradually filled with excitement. In that case, there is hope for the Lord to escape this time. Chapter 1541. A few days later, in the capital of the Empire of Darkness. To be precise, it should be the capital of the Taichu dynasty. Since the last change of dynasties, the monarchs of the three great empires came to congratulate them, and the Taichu dynasty ushered in another unprecedented event. The heaven-defying empire, the Taiching Empire, and the Icefire Empire were invited by the Mermaid Emperor of the Taichu dynasty to come to the capital to discuss the world's major events. The three great empires brought the royal family members, the court officials, the military generals, and the strong deities in the realm to enter the Taichu dynasty. The number of people was large, and the momentum was great. It was much more enthusiastic than the last time. The mortals did not understand the significance of this discussion, and they were muddle-headed. Only the participants knew how serious the matter they were discussing this time was. If they failed, not only the empire, but the entire lost nation would be affected, and the people would be reduced to ashes. Outside the capital, on a hill, Suyu floated down and stared at the endless stream of people entering the city. Suyu thought to himself, the Mermaid Emperor has put in a lot of effort. I guess the news of the sinful lady's birth has been spread to all the deities, unlike in the past where only a few people knew about it. It seems that he is really diligent. If that's the case, I can't slack off either, Suyu said to himself. After thinking about it, he activated the Dragon Abyss treasure scroll, and a mysterious halo automatically appeared all over his body, containing the shadow of the Great Path rules. This was a little trick that he had discovered over the years. It could perfectly hide his identity, and even a level 1 deity would not be able to see through the halo. He did this because he was following the advice of the Mermaid Emperor to not meet Nitian Hanxing face to face, lest he arouse his rebellious intentions and turn into a demon. Nitian Hanxing, a catastrophe is upon us. I will put up with you for now. After the matter of the sinful girl is settled, I will settle the score with you. Whether you turn into a demon or not, I will kill you all the same, Suyu murmured, and flew to the gate of the capital. Just as he was about to enter the gate, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the gate. The speed was extremely fast, and the shadow of the chains of the space rules flickered and shuttled freely through the crowd. Suyu was slightly surprised. Apart from him, there was also a creature who was proficient in space and could pull out the shadow of the chains of the space rules. Although it was weak and far less clear than the shadow of the chains that Suyu pulled out, it was enough for Suyu to pay attention. Unfortunately, when the swift shadow was about to bypass Suyu, it paused for a moment. Then, Suyu felt that his sleeves were empty. The Tai East Emperor bell was gone. Steal my things. Suyu was surprised and wanted to laugh. This was the first time someone had dared to steal his things since he came to the God realm. With a shift of thought, Suyu stood still, but his body strangely shifted backward through the space. At the same time, he moved to the side of the swift shadow and casually pinched the latter's sleeve. Jiaying was taken aback. He was the first to run, but his opponent was able to keep up with him and move so precisely to his side. After all, he was currently moving at high speed. Even a level 3 deity might not be able to achieve this. Jiaying shook his wrist and secretly used his divine power to block Suyu's 2 fingers. But what shocked him was that those 2 fingers also contained the power of space. No matter how he tried to resist, the 2 fingers reached into his sleeve as if they were taking something out of his pocket. Not only did they take out a palm-sized bell, but they also took out several treasures of good quality. Don't you dare! Jiaying yelled as he reached out to grab Suyu. But he did not expect Suyu to look at him calmly. Even though he was shielding himself from the light, his gaze still emitted a soul-stirring power. Jiaying trembled, unable to resist. Then, Suyu slapped his shoulder and a wave of space power entered his body, sealing his divine power and space power. Jiaying revealed his true form as he fled at high speed. It was a 3-foot-tall, skinny, dwarf-like creature. The surface of his skin was covered with thin scales, which contained a weak space power. His head looked like a rat's, and his eyes were small and intelligent, constantly moving around. The most ridiculous thing was that his nose was extremely sharp, 1.5 feet long, which was half his height. Su Yu had seen many such strange creatures, but this was the first time he had seen one. "What kind of creature are you?" Su Yu asked. The strange creature's eyes rolled around, and a pleading look appeared on his face. "My lord, I am from the mutant rat clan. I have offended you, please let me go." Su Yu shook his head with a smile. Soul-searching is more direct. Then, he pressed his palm on the creature's head. With Su Yu's current attainments in the soul path, soul-searching was a piece of cake. In an instant, Su Yu had finished soul-searching. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with surprise. "So, you are the descendant of the sky-reaching overlord. No wonder you are born with space power." He was indeed a rat, but not a mutant. He was a descendant of the famous sky-reaching overlord in the god realm. The sky-reaching overlord was a spiritual creature of the world, a sky-reaching rat. The sky-reaching rat was born with space power, and could freely travel through many dangerous forbidden lands, or places that were protected by seals. But what was truly shocking was that their noses were divine objects that were unparalleled in the divine realm. Their noses had a unique ability to identify all kinds of natural treasures, magical treasures, and spiritual techniques. Whenever there was a treasure, they could smell it, no matter how well it was hidden. When the sky-reaching overlord was just a weak rat, he relied on his nose to search for treasures everywhere. Then, he gradually grew into a supreme being of the Star River overlord level. The ugly creature in front of him was the descendant of the sky-reaching overlord in the past. I didn't expect his descendants to survive after the death of the overlord. Su Yu sighed. He didn't want to kill him, so he said, "Your ancestor was a famous divine creature of the god realm, but his descendant became a thief." The sky-reaching rat was stunned. He was surprised that Su Yu knew about the past. There was no memory of the sky-reaching overlord in his memory, so Su Yu didn't search his soul. "Don't do it again. Let's go." Su Yu waved his hand and removed the seal. Swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, the flow within the city gate surged once again, and 3 auras that were not weak surged out. When he focused his gaze, he noticed that it was 2 young men that were immaculately dressed and a young woman that had a pair of bright eyes and a pink dress that fluttered in the wind. They were 2 well-dressed young men, and a beautiful young woman in a pink dress. Among the crowd, their eyes searched quickly and locked on to the sky-reaching rat. Seeing that, the sky-reaching rat turned pale and ran away. The young woman raised her eyebrows and scolded, "Half Moon, you thief! How dare you run away? Tai Chi Yin-Yang wings." A vague Tai Chi pattern appeared above the young woman's head. The yin-yang fish's eyes split into 2 and turned into wings on her back. With a flap, the young woman's figure became blurred, and she instantly teleported near the sky-reaching rat. The sky-reaching rat's magical powers were spatial escape and treasure hunting, but his combat power was ordinary. After 2 rounds, he was captured by the young woman and pinned to the ground. Su Yu looked at the young woman in front of him and was slightly surprised. Tai Chi Yin-Yang wings. Such a familiar name, such a familiar technique, and it was exactly the same as the yin-yang wings of Tai Kai. She must be from the Taiching Empire, right? He looked at the other 2 young men. They were dark-skinned, arrogant, and had a rebellious aura. Needless to say, they must be from the heaven-defying empire. As for the other one, his body was surging with 2 opposite powers of ice and fire. He must be a member of the royal family of the Empire of Ice and Fire. Looking at the 3 people's angry faces, Su Yu found it funny. The sky-reaching rat was really audacious. Of all people, he had to provoke the royal family of the 3 great empires. "What are you laughing at?" The young woman, who was beside him, sharply caught Su Yu's strange smile and scolded him. Su Yu looked at her. She was 18 years old. When Su Yu came to the god realm, she was only 10 years old, so she could be considered his junior. With a faint smile, Su Yu left behind his Tai East Emperor bell and took out the rest of the items. "It just so happens that he also stole something from me. Capture him. If there is anything among these items that belongs to you, please take it." The young woman's beautiful eyes immediately fixed on an ice jade hairpin. It was not very precious, but it contained the aura of the Emperor of the Taiqing Empire. Oh, so it's the Taiqing Cloud Luan's personal item. I'm sorry that I didn't notice it, Su Yu said with a faint smile. The young woman's eyes were filled with joy, but she immediately became stern. Calling my grandmother by her name? You're asking for a beating. She turned out to be a direct descendant of the Taiqing Cloud Luan. Su Yu smiled without saying anything. In front of him, the Taiqing Cloud Luan could only be respectful. Not to mention calling her by her name, even if he reprimanded her face, she would not dare to complain. Please return these items to your companion, Su Yu said. He looked at the sky-reaching rat, who was facing imminent disaster, and said, as for him, please spare his life on account of helping you capture him. The young woman tilted her head and looked at Su Yu seriously. She said, you're so strange. You hide your aura so well that I can't see through it. If she could see through it, it would be really strange. At that moment, her two companions flew over one after another and asked about the scene in front of them. The young woman explained to them, and the two young men nodded in agreement. Su Yu was surprised. Nitian Guyun and Binghua Tsangxing were arrogant and unreasonable people. Their juniors were actually quite reasonable and let them go so straightforwardly. However, when he thought about it carefully, they had so many descendants. There were good people and bad people, and there was no lack of good characters. The young woman put down the sky-reaching rat and kicked him angrily. Forget it, I'll let you go. If I see you again, I'll take your life. Get lost. The sky-reaching rat survived the calamity, bowed to Su Yu, and disappeared. The young woman said angrily, you really don't know what's good for you. It was us who let him go, but we thanked you. What kind of logic is this? Speaking of which, who are you? You're so secretive, you must have a true face that cannot be revealed. She stared at Su Yu, looking like a little adult who had seen the world. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. He thought for a moment and said, probably someone from the Mermaid Emperor's side. Hearing this, the young woman and the other two young men did not doubt him. No wonder you could stop the world's #1 thief, Half Moon. The young woman nodded in realization. The world's #1 thief? Was the sky-reaching rat a repeat offender? Su Yu regretted letting him go so hastily. The young man with the defying intent sized Su Yu up. It is said that the Mermaid Emperor is surrounded by experts. Brother, since you were able to capture Half Moon alive, you must not be an ordinary person. Do you have the guts to fight with me? Ha ha. The young man of the Ice and Fire Imperial family laughed. Lung Shan, when can you change your temper of wanting to challenge everyone you see? Our business has been delayed, how can we have time to learn from each other? The young woman slapped her head. I was so angry with Half Moon that I became muddle-headed. Let's go, the Heaven Immortal Tower meet is about to begin. Nitian Lung Shan looked a little regretful and said, forget it, I'll find you next time. Haha, why next time? Brother, you must be one of the younger generation, right? The Heaven Immortal Tower is inviting outstanding talents from all over the world. Isn't he just right? Brother, why don't you come with us? You can also fulfill one of Lung Shan's wishes. The young man of the Ice and Fire Imperial family invited Su Yu. Su Yu smiled and refused. He was indeed one of the younger generation, but in terms of status, even the emperors couldn't compare with him. He could be said to be an ancient monster in their eyes. Wouldn't he be bullying others if he attended the meet? Chapter 1542. Brother, don't miss this meeting. The main purpose of this Heaven Immortal Tower meeting is to exchange the inherited divine techniques. The royal members of the 4 empires are no exception, the young man of the Ice and Fire Imperial family said. Su Yu was slightly surprised. The inherited divine techniques of the royal family were inherited from the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Would they be willing to hand them over? The repercussions of this great calamity are far too great. There is an extremely high chance that all life in the divine realm will perish. Even if it is a bit better, less than 10% will survive. If we continue to hold on to our treasures, then I fear that our inheritances will be severed in this great calamity. We might as well pass on this information to the outside world. This matter has been discussed and approved by the members of the royal family. In this special period, we have to do something special. We can't care about the ban of not spreading the inheritance. Su Yu was tempted. He had already obtained the remaining inheritances of the 4 dynasties from the Empire of Darkness. However, he had never come into contact with the inheritance of the heaven-defying Empire, the Ice and Fire Empire, and the Taiching Empire. One of the inheritances was meaningful to Su Yu. That was the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. As an emperor-based saint artifact of the former Taiching divine warrior, it could teleport hundreds of millions of miles. There must be a more powerful way to use it. As for the way to control it, it was obvious that it was most likely the Taiching imperial family. Who from the Taiching imperial family will come in person? Su Yu asked. The young girl looked at him strangely and said, "Could it be that you are interested in the inherited divine techniques of the Taiching imperial family?" He, how ambitious. Unfortunately, our divine techniques are only passed down among the members of the 4 empires. Unless you can take out a precious technique that excites us, don't even think about it. Su Yu said thoughtfully, "Could it be that you are the main representative of the Taiching imperial family?" The young girl stared at him and said, "If it's me, you should feel lucky." The young man from the Icefire royal clan laughed. "Brother, although Miao Yu's tone is impulsive, her words aren't wrong. This time around, the representative of the Heaven Immortal Tower of the Grand Clear royal clan is an outstanding talent of the current generation, Taiching Yunhui. She is the future successor of the Grand Clear Empire. Her personality is extremely inflexible and isn't as open-minded as us. This is especially so for the divine arts passed down by the royal clan. She isn't willing to spread them out easily." Taiching Yunhui? Su Yu pondered. He had heard of this person's name before. He was the most outstanding heir of the Taiching Empire. In terms of status, he was even higher than Yongye Wuheng. In the Taiching dynasty, its reputation was even inferior to the Taiching Yunyuan, and it was revered by all. She had been at the 3rd celestial layer for a long time and was extremely powerful. Even Yongye Wuheng back then had to admit defeat. Su Yu had some understanding of this person's character. He was unyielding and extremely principled. Back then, the princess of the Taiching dynasty was snatched away by Nitian Hanxing, and the war between the 2 sides was on the verge of breaking out. Later, the relationship was eased, and the Taiching Yunyuan sent her to participate in the peace negotiations. In the end, she refused flatly, and it was only because she was unable to acknowledge the humiliation of the Grand Qing dynasty. Because of this, she was put under house arrest for 10 years as punishment, but she never lowered her head to admit her mistake. Su Yu had no idea how to convince such a stubborn person. However, it would be a pity to just ignore the method to control the Tai Chi yin-yang wings. "All right, then I shall bask in your glory and pay my respects to all of you," Su Yu said. Taiching Miao Yu snorted. "It's good that you know. When you get there, don't embarrass us." He. Su Yu smiled and nodded. The group of people re-entered the city. Far behind them, the Tongtian rat, who had left long ago, returned and stared thoughtfully in the direction they left. The Heavenly Immortal Tower was now the largest restaurant in the Taichu Empire. It used to be the property of Princess Yongye Chushue of the Empire of Darkness, the Tianyu auction house. Later, the empire was destroyed and fell into the hands of the enemy. It became the property of a capable subordinate of the Mermaid Emperor, and was renamed the Heavenly Immortal Tower. It gathered wine, women, and wealth, and was quite famous in the imperial city. That subordinate was the leader of the Dragon Elephant tribe, one of the 99 tribes in the southern part of the empire. He was born with amazing strength and extremely powerful martial arts. During the course of the expedition, his strength soared to level 3, and he killed many level 3 enemies in succession. He was one of the most important ministers under the Mermaid Emperor. This time, he would personally attend the Heavenly Immortal Tower assembly and host the assembly as an elder, adding to the highlight of the assembly. When Su Yu arrived, the Heavenly Immortal Tower was already overcrowded with elites from all over the world. However, the elites were also divided into different levels. Elites of different levels gathered on different floors. The first floor was for elites who had not yet reached the level of deities. The second floor was for level 4 and level 5 deities. As for the third floor, It was for the most outstanding generation of level 3 deities. Under the envious gazes of the elites on the first floor, Su Yu and the others walked directly to the second floor. Stop, the second floor is not a place that anyone can go. At the entrance of the second floor's staircase stood a young man with a proud look on his face. He was from the younger generation of the heaven-defying empire, Nitian Aoyun, a level 4 deity. He was considered extremely outstanding among the younger generation. Taiching Miaoyu frowned. Nitian Aoyun, are you trying to pick a fight? We just chased the half-moon godly thief to the second floor, why are you stopping us? Nitian Aoyun seemed to have just recognized them. He sneered and said, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the useless little princess of the Taiching Empire. Please come in. Humph. Taiching Miaoyu snorted and entered in a flash. Nitian Longshan and the young man of the Ice and Fire Imperial family also looked displeased. However, when Su Yu was about to enter, Nitian Aoyun reached out and stopped him. He looked Su Yu up and down. Who allowed you to enter? Taiching Miaoyu looked back and said, how dare you? Since he was invited by us, he naturally has the right to enter the second floor. Are you going to doubt our foresight and character? Haha, it's not that I don't trust you, but there are too many people trying to fish in troubled waters. It's never wrong to be cautious. Nitian Aoyun laughed. You are doing this on purpose. Taiching Miaoyu's eyes narrowed. Nitian Aoyun smiled coldly and bared his teeth. What do you think? The momentum of the two gradually rose, colliding with each other and creating a fierce aura, attracting a lot of attention. Right at that moment, a gentle and heavy voice broke the atmosphere between the two sides. You are behaving atrociously in my territory, aren't you looking down on me? The young elites, who were originally discussing in groups of 3 or 5 and were indifferent to the outside world, immediately became spirited. It's the owner of the Heaven Immortal Tower, the Dragon Elephant King, some of the elites said in surprise. They immediately smiled and came forward to greet him. TSK, the rumors are true. The Dragon Elephant King is hosting it personally. I'm lucky to meet this war king. This trip was not in vain. A group of people gathered around, only then did they notice the dispute between Taiching Miaoyu and Nitian Aoyun. Haha, enemies don't meet each other. The contradiction planted by Nitian Hanxing in the past continues to this day. Poor kid, if he came alone, there might not be any trouble, but with Taiching Miaoyu and the others, he is asking for trouble. That Nitian Aoyun is not a good person. In the chattering discussion, on the first floor, surrounded by many deities, a broad-shouldered, bronze-colored elephant-headed man slowly walked up. His powerful footsteps made the stairs creak, and everyone's heart beat faster. All of them felt great pressure. In particular, his eyes were full of coldness and ruthlessness, as if he had returned from a bloody and cold battlefield, making one's heart tremble. Even the deities of the same level felt a little uneasy in front of him. Many of the level 4 deities on the second floor also had awe and respect in their eyes. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Dragon Elephant King came to the stairs. Even the arrogant Nitian Aoyun bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dragon Elephant King. Taiching Miaoyu and the others also saluted. Greetings, Dragon Elephant King. The Dragon Elephant King nodded indifferently and looked around at them. What happened? Taiching Miaoyu was angry and told the cause and effect one by one. Nitian Aoyun was also reasonable and said, his breath is hidden, and who knows if he is qualified to enter the second floor. I am strict, and it is also for the success of the convention. After listening, the Dragon Elephant King's cold eyes contained a deep penetrating power as he stared at Su Yu. The Dragon Elephant King was slightly surprised that he did not see through the other's breath. Release the divine light. The Dragon Elephant King took it for granted that the brilliance of the gods on the surface of Su Yu's body was just a little special. Su Yu was expressionless and shook his head lightly. It's better not to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, Nitian Aoyun sneered. Who do you think you are? In front of the Dragon Elephant King, will you cause trouble? You think too highly of yourself. The Dragon Elephant King looked displeased. I don't like to repeat my words a second time. Let go, otherwise, I have the right to ask you to leave, no matter who you are. Su Yu turned his head and stared at the Dragon Elephant King, saying, "Really? This is the Taichu dynasty, my territory, and my words are the imperial edict. Unless you are Lord Mermaid Emperor." The Dragon Elephant King's aura suddenly became fierce, and he took a step forward. Everyone felt the pressure increase sharply, and either the divine power surged out, or they chose to retreat for fear of being affected. Nitian Aoyun sneered. "Reckless thing, contradicting the Dragon Elephant King? Ha." Su Yu slowly walked down the stairs, looked at the Dragon Elephant King face to face, and said, "Although I am not the Mermaid Emperor, I can be an exception." In an instant, the divine light on his body dissipated, and his true appearance was revealed in an instant. Because of the angle, only the Dragon Elephant King could see it. The Dragon Elephant King's cold face was startled at first, as if he was recalling something, and the sudden changes turned into a touch of stiffness and fear. Large beads of sweat quickly accumulated on his forehead, and his eyes trembled in panic. His huge body trembled uncontrollably, and even his sharp eyes were no longer there, replaced by endless fear. "Greetings, Su." The Dragon Elephant King's throat was dry, and he was like an ant standing in front of a divine dragon, humble and insignificant, and shocked speechless. Su Yu waved his hand and interrupted him in time. "You know who I am. Please keep my identity a secret, Dragon Elephant King." The Dragon Elephant King was dumbfounded and nodded repeatedly. Okay, keep it a secret." At the same time, thousands of thunders sounded in his heart. Didn't they say they would hold a party for a group of juniors? How come an ancient ruthless man at the level of an ancestor came? That was a character even more ruthless than the Mermaid Emperor. Was Nitian Guyun strong? He still died at his hands. Such a person, killing him was as easy as killing an ant. Then, "Can I go to the second floor?" Su Yu asked. The Dragon Elephant King smiled bitterly. Even if you wanted the heavenly immortal tower, he would not dare to say a word, let alone go upstairs. "Yes, no problem," the Dragon Elephant King said quickly. Nitian Aoyun, who was on the side, was a little dumbfounded. He did not accept the sudden reversal and said, "Dragon Elephant King, are you just going to let an unknown person go upstairs?" Dragon Elephant King was furious in his heart. King touched my pot. If he was an unknown person, wouldn't you be a piece of grass? Chapter 1543. But Nitian Aoyun felt ashamed and wanted to dissuade him, but when he saw the Dragon Elephant King's fierce eyes, he immediately swallowed his words. The Dragon Elephant King cupped his hands at Su Yu. "Mr. Su, please." Su Yu did not want to be too ostentatious, and said, "The Dragon Elephant King is the host, so you go first." "Okay." The Dragon Elephant King, who had always been indifferent, was a little too polite. As he entered, he said, "Mr. Su, you don't know much about the Heavenly Fairy Tower, do you? Why don't I accompany you?" "No, the Heavenly Fairy Tower is a distinguished guest. Dragon Elephant King, go ahead and do your own thing. There is no need to entertain me," Su Yu said lightly. The Dragon Elephant King's heart was bitter. All the distinguished guests present today were not as valuable as a strand of his hair. However, the Dragon Elephant King still had the ability to read people's expressions. Knowing that Su Yu didn't want to reveal his identity, he didn't dare to continue chatting with him, lest he annoyed this big shot who was like a killing god. So, he said, "Mr. Su, enjoy yourself to your heart's content. I won't disturb you any further." Everyone watched the back of the Dragon Elephant King, and then looked at Su Yu, who walked past Nitian Aoyun and ascended to the second floor. They were surprised. Who is he? Why is the Dragon Elephant King so polite? Is he the heir that the Mermaid Emperor is secretly training? If so, why have I never heard of him? Haha, no matter what, Nitian Aoyun has lost face. With his character, it is difficult for him to let this go. Besides exchanging legacies, it seems good to see an extra wonderful show. Sure enough, Taiching Miaoyu's laughter came. Haha, what a pity that this is not the territory of the heaven-defying empire. The implication was that Nitian Aoyun could not show off his power. Nitian Aoyun's gloomy face flashed with a hint of ferocity. "Let's wait and see." He looked at Su Yu with fear and deep hatred. Don't be happy too soon. Su Yu did not care, ignored him, and walked to the second floor. Hey, you are a hidden man. Tai Ching Miaoyu felt relieved and looked at Su Yu curiously. The Dragon Elephant King is polite to you. You are not a nobody around the Mermaid Emperor, are you? At this moment, she recalled that she hadn't asked for his name. It was not that he had forgotten, but as a member of the royal family of the four great empires, he had a sense of superiority in his bones. He looked down on Su Yu and was too lazy to ask him about it. Su Yu just chuckled and did not reply. Tai Ching Miaoyu frowned and said, "Why are you so difficult to get along with?" However, Nitian Lung Shan looked at Su Yu again, cupped his fists, and said, "I have yet to ask for your name, brother." Su Yu paused for a moment before replying, "Yes, Mr. Su." The young man of the Ice and Fire Imperial family murmured, "Putting the word Gongzi in front of one's surname is a custom of the nobles in ancient times. Is Gongzi Su from a noble family?" Tai Ching Miaoyu, who had been criticizing him, snorted and said, "In today's world, other than the Emperor Sacred Sect, who dares to boast about being from a noble sect? All the outstanding heroes in the world are second to none in our sacred faction. Brother Jing Huan, don't overestimate him. He is nothing special. He was just courteous to the Dragon Elephant King. In the God realm, how can he compare to the real heaven rulers?" "Ha ha!" Jing Huan chuckled. "Then the senior Su Yu that you admire the most, is he also from the sacred faction of the four great empires?" Tai Ching Miaoyu blushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't admire him. I'm just curious." "Ha ha! Who was the one who grew up listening to his stories, and who once said that she wanted to marry him when she grew up?" Jing Huan burst into laughter. Nitian Lung Shan, who was cold and silent, could not help but smile. The three of them had been good friends since they were young. When they were young, they had grown up listening to Su Yu's stories. All kinds of rumors about him, all kinds of incredible deeds, to them, who were deep in the lonely imperial palace, were as fascinating as an unknown legend. Especially 5 years ago, when he killed the #1 king of the god realm, Nitian Guyun, pushing him to the peak of a legend. As for Tai Ching Miaoyu, she admired him even more. There had been many outstanding men who came to propose marriage, but they were all rejected by Tai Ching Miaoyu mercilessly. She also set a standard. If they could do any of the things that Su Yu had done successfully, she would consider marrying him. Although there were many outstanding men in the world, there was no shortage of people with unfathomable strength. However, many of Su Yu's deeds were legendary. Even their elders were amazed and did not dare to try, let alone the younger generation. Tai Ching Miaoyu was ashamed and angry. She pulled out her sword and slashed at him. "Be ****. That's because I'm young and inexperienced. How dare you take it out?" She admired Su Yu not only because he had killed Nitian Guyun and defeated Nitian Hanxing, but also because of the dream of being a hero in the girl's heart. At that time, Su Yu had risen like a comet, illuminating the continent of the god realm. He was the person she longed for the most as a young girl. Now, with the passage of time, as she matured, she naturally knew that the gap between her and Su Yu was like a light year. In the eyes of a legendary figure like Su Yu, who was at the level of an ancient ancestor, she was just an inconspicuous speck among the masses. It was impossible for them to cross paths for the rest of their lives. The Ice and Fire Phantom still did not let it go, and teased, "Oh? Then who secretly bought Su Yu's legendary booklet in the market last night?" "Ah! You saw it." Tai Ching Miaoyu was flustered, and her face was overflowing with shame. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. You, I will really kill you." The two of them chased each other on the second floor, and it was very lively. Su Yu was surprised to hear that. He did not expect that he had such an image in the minds of the new generation. After chasing for a while, Tai Ching Miaoyu felt bored. She put away her long sword and sighed. "Forget it, you can say whatever you want. He won't know anyway." As she spoke, she glared at Su Yu and said, "Anyway, don't be complacent. We are only qualified to come to the second floor. Compared to those geniuses on the third floor, we are nothing." "Understood," Su Yu said. Tai Ching Miaoyu's eyebrows relaxed, and she said, "Seeing that you helped me vent my anger, when the geniuses on the third floor rest, I will ask for Taiching Yunhui's opinion. If you can take out something that can move her, it's not that she can't relent and pass on to you the inherited divine skill of our Taiching dynasty. Thank you very much. Su Yu smiled. This young girl was a little arrogant, but overall, she was reasonable and not bad. As for her girlish feelings for Su Yu could only politely decline and pretend not to know. The geniuses on the second floor quickly began to exchange the exquisite divine techniques that they had obtained. The news of the arrival of the catastrophe had been confirmed repeatedly, and no one doubted it. Therefore, most people did not hide much. They displayed their strongest divine techniques in exchange for powerful divine techniques of the same level, hoping that they could benefit before the catastrophe and increase their chances of survival. However, the exchange was also divided into circles, according to the factions and influences. The circle with the highest level belonged to the current 4 great empires. They lived together in groups and tacitly rejected the other geniuses, attracting envious gazes. Because what they were about to exchange were the inherited divine techniques from the empires. Chapter 1544. Those present were all level 4 youths of the empire. Including Su Yu, there were only about 7 of them. The Taiching, Ice and Fire empires, and against the heavens had 2 people each. Su Yu was alone. The strongest among them was the member of the royal family of the heaven-defying empire, Nitian Aoyun. Nitian Lungshan of the same clan was slightly inferior. The Dragon Elephant King presided over the 3rd floor exchange and had no time to attend to the 1st and 2nd floors. Therefore, they set their own rules. First, those who wanted to exchange techniques had to display their techniques on the spot. If anyone wanted, they had to display techniques of the same level. Secondly, if there are several people competing, the winner will be given priority by sparring on the spot. Although there were only 7 people present, the intensity of the competition was far greater than the other dozens of people in the elite circle. Because what they were offering for exchange must be the inheritance of divine techniques from the royal family. Even the most insignificant divine technique was worth fighting for. Nitian Aoyun looked around and could not help but feel a sense of superiority. In terms of strength, who could compete with him? In terms of techniques, how many of the other 2 empires could compare to the divine techniques of the heaven-defying empire? However, his eyes still drifted to another member of the imperial family of the Ice and Fire Empire. His name was Icefire Wolf. His cultivation was similar to the Ice and Fire scripture, but the divine technique he cultivated was far superior to the latter. This was because he was one of the few princes who had grown up in the Icefire Empire's army. He had made countless contributions and was specially bestowed by the Emperor of the Icefire Empire to cultivate the 3rd-ranked divine art of the Icefire Empire, the Icefire Tempest. In terms of grade, none of the members of the imperial family present practiced this technique. Icefire Wolf had long set his sights before the gathering at the Heaven Immortal Tower. If anyone could display a divine technique that caught his eye, he could exchange the Ice and Fire Storm. Not only were the level 4 deities tempted, but many of the members of the imperial family on the 3rd floor were also envious. Then let me take the lead. Nitian Lungshan was the first to display. I'm going to display the inherited divine technique of the heaven-defying empire. It ranks 18th in the empire, and is called the inverted scale technique, Nitian Lungshan said. This technique is a secret technique to stimulate one's potential. It can be used in times of crisis. After using it, it can increase one's divine power, movement techniques, and physical strength by 30%. You can imagine how useful it is in certain situations. Dragons had inverted scales, and those who touched them would be enraged because the inverted scale was the essence of a dragon. This technique imitated the divine dragon, plucking out its reverse scale to stimulate itself. Everyone, watch carefully. The meridians in Nitian Lungshan's body flowed in reverse. His blood boiled and flowed back to his neck. Under the immense pressure, the boiling blood seeped out and formed something that looked like scales on his neck. Inverted scale art. Along with Nitian Lungshan's soft shout, the scales on his neck suddenly peeled off, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. His divine power had increased by 30% in a short period of time. His movement technique had a clear improvement. His entire body was filled with energy, which was a sign of his physical strength increasing. The Taiching mystic Jade's eyes shone brilliantly. If she was in a stalemate with an evenly matched opponent, she could suddenly use this technique to stimulate her potential and surpass her opponent in all aspects. That would simply decide life and death. She had long coveted this technique. I have the Taiji cloud wings that are ranked 17th in the Taiching imperial family's inheritance. The Taiching mystical jade stood out right away. Taichi cloudy sun wings, Taichi yin cloud wings, one yang and one yin. Although there was only a difference of one word, the difference between the two was not small. The former was ranked 6th in the Taiching imperial family's inheritance divine technique, while the latter was ranked 17th. Taiching mystical jade used this technique on the spot. This was a movement technique, and in the face of a catastrophe, survival was the top priority. The importance of this technique was unimaginable, far surpassing the original 17th place. Nitian Leng Shan observed the expressions of the others. Nitian Aoyun's mouth was full of disdain. He had also cultivated this technique, and it was much more advanced than Nitian Leng Shan's. He did not bother to fight for it. Another Taiching imperial family's disciples' technique was not as good as Taiching mystical jades, so he did not have the right to fight for it. As for the ice and fire fantasy, he did not fight for it, as he had the heart to help Nitian Leng Shan. The ice and fire wolf, which Nitian Leng Shan was most concerned about, had a cold and indifferent expression, which disappointed him. He was not a fool. There was no reason to exchange the third legacy of ice and fire for the 18th legacy. As for Su Yu, his expression could not be seen. Sigh, if I had known this would happen, we could have traded privately and saved a lot of time. Why bother? Nitian Leng Shan smiled bitterly and took out the detailed cultivation technique of the inverted scale art. The two were quite satisfied with the successful exchange. It's my turn next. The ice and fire wolf was eager to give it a try. He used the 15th ranked legacy divine technique of the imperial family, heavenly steps. It was a rare sound wave attack divine technique. After it was used, its power was extraordinary. Nitian Leng Shan, Taiching mystical jade, and Taiching Ren all joined the fight. As for Nitian Aoyun, he smiled disdainfully, disdainful of this technique. The ice and fire wolf was still cold and silent. Su Yu still could not see his expression. In fact, he had no expression to speak of. These low-level divine techniques did not interest him at all. In the end, Heavenly Steps was won by Nitian Leng Shan. After recording it down, everyone displayed their divine techniques to each other, enjoying themselves. But the ice and fire wolf and Nitian Aoyun were indifferent, with no intention of exchanging their divine techniques. It was only when the atmosphere gradually became cold that Nitian Aoyun shook his sleeves and sneered. Finally quiet. Exchanging a bunch of useless divine techniques, what a waste of time. His words had undoubtedly offended them all. Taiching mystical jade raised her eyebrows. Then why don't you take out a useful divine technique? You only know how to be sarcastic. Nitian Aoyun stood up and sneered. Then I'll let you bunch of trash see what a real divine technique is. He stepped forward and formed a seal with both hands. 30 feet away from the surface of his body, 2 white arcs flickered. With his body as the center, the arcs intertwined with each other. Their speed became faster and faster, like bolts of lightning crackling all around. In the end, the white arcs disappeared because of the speed. But everyone present was strong. Although they could not see the arcs with their naked eyes, their instincts could sense that there were 2 rapidly rotating arcs, forming a vacuum sphere 30 feet away from his body. Anything that approached the sphere was cut into nothingness by the 2 arcs. Taiching mystical jade's expression was slightly serious at the moment, and she did not say a word. She did not like Nitian Aoyun, but she could not deny that this technique was extremely powerful. If the 2 of them were to fight, it would be difficult for her to break through this technique. In other words, she could only passively take a beating and could not do anything to her opponent. Nitian Leng Shan was shocked and took a deep breath. I didn't expect you to have obtained the 5th-ranked legacy of the heaven-defying royal family, the inverse energy diffraction technique. The cold and silent ice-fire wolf's eyes finally showed some emotion, and he spoke for the first time. praising, "Not bad." Nitian Aoyun looked around at the crowd with contempt. When his gaze landed on Taiching mystical jade, he said coldly, "How is it compared to your useless divine technique?" Taiching mystical jade gritted her teeth, unable to refute. When his gaze swept over the ice and fire phantom, he snorted disdainfully, causing the phantom to clench his fists in anger. Of course, Nitian Aoyun did not forget about Su Yu. He mocked, "My big shot, what do you think? Are you qualified to exchange with me? Using a great magical power to exchange for the qualification of a useless divine technique? Of course not," so he shook his head expressionlessly. "Ha ha." Nitian Aoyun laughed. "I thought you were some kind of expert. Turns out you were just pretending to be profound. Since you don't have the real ability, don't try to be a big shot." Looking disdainfully at the crowd, Nitian Aoyun finally locked his gaze on the Icefire Wolf. His gaze immediately softened, with a hint of respect. He smiled and said, "Brother Ice and Fire, I wonder if you have taken a liking to this technique." The Icefire Wolf nodded. "The divine technique is not bad, but it's more than enough for defense. It's not suitable for me." Nitian Aoyun's expression stiffened, but he was not discouraged. He still had a sense of superiority. "So, apart from Brother Ice and Fire, no one else is qualified to exchange for my divine technique? Haha, I've said it before, you bunch of useless divine techniques are just a waste of time. Next, I'd like to invite Brother Ice and Fire to demonstrate it," Nitian Aoyun said. The Icefire Wolf thought about it, stood up slowly, and said, "All right, I want to exchange the Ice and Firestorm for a divine technique of the same level and above. I'll demonstrate it first." His words were concise and clean, and he expressed it directly with his actions. Taking a step forward, the Icefire Wolf lowered his knees slightly, and a cloud of ice and fire attributes emerged from his body at the same time. The two clouds blended with each other, and with the Icefire Wolf as the center, they condensed into a tornado that spread in all directions. Everything that came into contact with it was sucked into it. What was frightening was that inside the cloud of energy, the two opposing forces of ice and fire merged and annihilated each other. The power of annihilation that burst out in an instant surprised Su Yu. This power of annihilation was even stronger than the superior extermination cannon and the world annihilation cannon. It had the ability to threaten a level 1 deity. However, the power of annihilation produced was too weak, not even enough to deal with a level 2 deity. However, if this technique was improved, could it produce enough power of annihilation? At that moment, the Icefire Wolf put away the divine technique and said, "Does anyone want to exchange?" When he looked around at Taiching Mystic Jade, Ice and Fire Scripture, Nitian Lung Shan, and the others, all he got was envy and desire. He could not see any desire to exchange. The Icefire Wolf sighed silently. The result was not surprising. "Haha, I'd like to exchange." Nitian Aoyun laughed. He had been waiting for this moment. The Icefire Wolf stared at him, his eyes calm. "Although the inverse energy diffraction technique is not bad, it's not enough to exchange for the Ice and Firestorm. I'm sorry." After saying that, he walked down the stairs in disappointment. "Wait," Nitian Aoyun said, "I never said that I wanted to exchange for this technique." With a flash of his palm, a shiny golden scroll appeared. On it were the seal characters of the Defiant Heaven Swallowing Earth technique. Nitian Leng Shan stood up abruptly, shocked. "The third-ranked divine technique of the heaven-defying empire? How did you get this technique?" Suddenly, Nitian Leng Shan realized something and said, "Could it be arranged by Nitian Shaw?" Nitian Shaw, a top-notch genius who lived on the first floor, was also one of the strongest geniuses of the heaven-defying empire. He was nearing 100 years old, and according to the traditional classification of the god realm, he would no longer be considered part of the younger generation in a few years. This time, he was the main representative of the heaven-defying empire. It seemed that he had arranged for Nitian Aoyun to use this technique to compete for the Icefire Wolf's Ice and Firestorm. The Icefire Wolf, who was about to leave, turned around abruptly, his eyes bursting with joy. He said, Good. If you exchange this technique, I'm very willing." Nitian Aoyun laughed. I'm also very happy to be able to make an exchange with Brother Ice and Fire. The Ice-Fire Wolf took out a ball of air that was a mixture of ice and fire, while Niti and Aoyun held the golden scroll in his hand. The two of them stepped forward to exchange. However, just as Niti and Aoyun touched the ball of air, a sharp sword light swept past. The Ice-Fire Wolf and Niti and Aoyun retreated cautiously, glaring at the person who had attacked. Niti and Aoyun looked and laughed angrily. "It's you. Do you have a death wish?" The person he was looking at was none other than Su Yu. Chapter 1545. The Ice-Fire Wolf stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Su Yu. Su Yu was the only one he was concerned about. A person he could not even see through. He had killed countless enemies on the battlefield and had seen all kinds of enemies. There were many people who were good at hiding their auras. But to be able to hide one's aura so well that it could not be detected at such a close distance, this was definitely the first time. Imagine how dangerous it would be if he could assassinate Su Yu at close range without being able to detect his aura. "Oh, you are also interested in the Ice-Fire Storm? That makes things difficult." The Ice-Fire Wolf glanced at Niti and Aoyun. Niti and Aoyun was already furious. He laughed angrily. "Su Yu, are you sure you have the guts to compete with my big brother, Niti and Sho, for the divine technique?" Su Yu glanced at him, then looked away indifferently and shook his head slightly. In the eyes of the onlookers, shaking his head meant that he did not want to compete with Niti and Sho. Taiching Miaoyu and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If it only involved the second level's exchange, so what if he competed with Niti and Aoyun? Who was afraid of him? But even a heaven ruler from the first level was involved. If they continued to participate, they would be overestimating themselves. "Mph, if you don't have the guts, then get lost. I've said before, if you don't have the ability, don't pretend." Niti and Aoyun walked over and deliberately used his shoulder to knock Su Yu. "Good dogs don't block the way, get lost." Unexpectedly, this knock did not knock Su Yu away. Instead, it was as if he had hit a mountain as hard as divine iron. Su Yu did not move an inch, but Niti and Aoyun was bounced back. "You!" Niti and Aoyun was shocked. "What a strong physique." Su Yu said. I shook my head. "I just wanted to ask, who is Niti and Sho? I've never heard of him." There were many strong men from the Nitian royal family. He had personally killed several of them, but he had never heard of this Nitian Sho. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. There was actually a weirdo who did not know who Nitian Sho was at the young elites meet. Anyone who had mingled with the young elites should have known Nitian Sho's name. Among the young elites of the three empires, Nitian Sho was recognized as the leader. Because he was close to 100 years old, he had cultivated the longest and was the most powerful. There was actually someone who didn't know of such an existence. How could they know that after Su Yu descended to the god realm, the members of the heaven-defying royal family that he came into contact with were either Nitian Guyun or Nitian Hanxing? He barely cared about the rest of the members of the heaven-defying faction. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue off?" Nitian Aoyun was so angry that he laughed. "How dare you boast shamelessly and say that you don't know the name Nitian Sho? Who do you think you are? An ancient giant or a heaven master?" Su Yu remained silent. To be precise, those so-called ancient big shots would probably tremble in fear if they were to stand in front of him. Looking at him indifferently, Su Yu said, "You talk a lot of nonsense. Whether or not I know Nitian Sho has nothing to do with whether or not I'm willing to exchange techniques. If he's right in front of me, I'll do the same. Haha. Let's see if you have the ability." Nitian Aoyun laughed angrily. He had never seen a young hero so arrogant in front of him. "It's time to see what you've got. Don't count on the Dragon Elephant King to save you." As he spoke, two white arcs appeared all over his body and accelerated their rotation. It was the strongest divine technique he had ever cultivated, the inverse energy diffraction technique. It was this technique that caused many of the members of the royal family present to lose their luster. "Have a taste of the power of this technique." Nitian Aoyun laughed heartily and quickly operated the technique. However, at that moment, Su Yu, who was standing in the same place, strangely disappeared. Nitian Aoyun cursed inwardly. Before he had time to react, His abdomen suffered a heavy blow. In the intense pain, he subconsciously screamed. His body stumbled backward, and the white arcs that were brewing on the surface of his body dissipated before they could show their amazing power. Swish, in the place where he had stood, a black shadow flashed, and Suyu's figure gradually appeared from blurry to clear. The Icefire Wolf's eyes flashed, and he said, "What a fast movement technique." He asked himself if he could do what Suyu did. Taiching Miaoyu and the others also had a strange gleam in their eyes. They were surprised. Was his movement technique that powerful? But thinking about it carefully, if he did not have a powerful movement technique, how could he have stopped the world's #1 godly thief for half a month? Nitian Aoyun stumbled back a few times and struggled to stabilize his figure. He glared at Suyu angrily. "You are despicable. How dare you sneak attack me?" Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, too lazy to explain. Taiching Miaoyu chuckled coldly. "You are a character who has experienced many battles. How could you say such childish words? You used your divine technique in front, and he attacked from behind. How is that considered a sneak attack? Do you want to stand still and wait for the power of your divine technique to erupt before you can attack? Otherwise, it would be a despicable sneak attack. Get lost. Who do you think you are to judge me?" Nitian Aoyun rebuked angrily. The Icefire Wolf frowned slightly and said coldly, "What she said is not wrong. In terms of sparring, you are indeed too childish and ignorant. Besides, Mr. Su has also pointed out another weakness of your divine technique, which is that it takes too long to cast and can be easily interrupted. If there is someone assisting you, you can cast it smoothly. If it is a one-on-one fight or on the battlefield, you won't even have time to cast it. In short, it is tasteless, but it is a pity to throw it away. It is tantamount to chicken ribs," the Icefire Wolf concluded. Nitian Aoyun was furious, but he did not dare to lash out. Instead, he stared coldly at Suyu. "I refuse to accept this. Use your divine technique to fight me." Suyu turned his head and looked at him. A thick demonic energy appeared behind him. Within the demonic energy, a blood-red eye appeared and shot out a ray of black light. Nitian Aoyun was shocked and immediately took out his treasures to block it. However, the black light was extremely strange and could not be blocked by any tangible object. Poof! Unsurprisingly, Nitian Aoyun's chest was pierced with a bloody hole the size of a bowl. As for the Emperor-based Saint artifact imitation, it was directly penetrated, as if it was nothing. Everyone gasped. Even the Icefire Wolf was shocked. What kind of divine technique is this? Suyu withdrew his demonic energy and glanced at Nitian Aoyun, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood. He turned his head and said, "So, do you choose my divine technique or the defiant earth-swallowing technique?" The Icefire Wolf took a deep breath and said, "Mr.'s divine technique, of course." Suyu took out a demonic beast skeleton, which was engraved with the words 6 Paths of Natural Family. The two sides completed the exchange. The Icefire Wolf held the skeleton fondly and murmured, "The demon's divine technique, 6 Paths of Natural Family. Good. Great. Just what I wanted." Suyu received the ice and fire energy, sealed it with a smile, and placed it in the 9-jade spiritual pearl for safekeeping. Cough, cough. Nitian Aoyun covered his bleeding wound and climbed up shakily. He coughed heavily a few times and fled to the first floor without saying a word. The Icefire Wolf looked fearful and hurriedly cupped his fists to bid farewell. "I will leave first. Mr. Su, you'd better leave as soon as possible. Nitian Shaw is not a reasonable person." After saying that, he quickly went downstairs, not daring to stay any longer. Nitian Lungshan also frowned and said, "Mr. Su, the Icefire Wolf is right. You'd better leave quickly. Given his character, he won't let go of the ice and firestorm that he wants." Taiching Miaoyu said, "Just leave if I tell you to. Don't try to show off. You're not Suyu. There are no miracles. You can't escape from Nitian Shaw even if you want to." Many of the onlookers also tried to persuade Suyu to leave as soon as possible out of goodwill. Suyu didn't care about Nitian Shaw, but there was no point in staying on the second floor. "All right, I'll leave too. Miss Miaoyu, if you meet Taiching Yunhui of the royal family, please ask her on my behalf if she can be lenient." Taiching Miaoyu was amused. You're already in trouble, and you still don't forget the legacy of the Taiching royal family? Alright, since you've helped us vent our anger today, I'll go upstairs and see if they're resting for the time being. She turned and walked towards the first floor, but she had only taken a few steps when her expression changed, and she walked backwards. At the same time, she turned her head and kept winking at Su Yu. It was not difficult to see the anxiety and urgency in her expression. Haha, isn't this Miss Taiching Miaoyu? You're as beautiful as you were in the past. A teasing, magnetic voice drifted down from the attic, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, clearly falling into everyone's ears. The faces of those who were familiar with this voice began to change. There was respect, and there was fear. Nitian Shaw. I'm lucky to be able to witness the leading figures of today's heroes. This trip was not in vain. Could it be that the heroes on the first floor are resting for the time being? However, the sound of footsteps could be heard one after another. They're all coming down. Is the exchange going to end so soon? Under the expectant gazes of the many young heroes, 4 figures with powerful auras walked down one after another. Nitian Shaw walked at the front, followed by Taiching Yunhui, the Ice and Fire Divine Soldiers, and finally the Dragon Elephant King. As the local master, the Dragon Elephant King was walking at the back. The status of the 4 people was obvious. When the 4 people appeared, the second floor suddenly fell silent. Many eyes were focused on the 4 figures, or rather, they were focused on Nitian Shaw. Nitian Shaw had short yellow hair, a hooked nose, and thin lips. He wore a faint smile. Taiching Miaoyu looked displeased and retreated behind Nitian Lengshan and the Ice and Fire Divine Soldiers. His gaze naturally drifted to the 2 of them and fixed on Nitian Lengshan. He chuckled. Kneel down. Everyone was stunned. Who did he want to kneel down? Nitian Lengshan? Nitian Lengshan crossed his arms in front of his chest. Why? Haha, because you colluded with outsiders and suppressed the faction members of the same clan. Nitian Shaw still wore a faint smile on his face. However, the next moment, he suddenly made a move and grabbed the air. Around Nitian Lengshan's body, dozens of dense mysterious silk threads suddenly appeared, binding his limbs, head, and torso. Putting uncontrollably, Nitian Lengshan immediately knelt on the ground. He exerted too much force on his knees, causing a pair of small pits to appear on the ground, which was filled with restrictive spells. Traces of bright red divine blood slowly flowed out from Nitian Lengshan's knees and filled the pits. Even though Nitian Lengshan kept struggling and his face turned red, he was like a puppet at the moment, unable to move freely. Ice and Fire Scripture shouted, "When has he ever helped an outsider?" But before he could finish speaking, a mysterious thread appeared near his lips, causing him to instantly lose the ability to speak. For the sake of the Ice and Fire Divine Weapon, I will only ask you to shut up. If you want to kneel, I don't mind moving a finger. Nitian Shaw smiled. The Ice-Fire Divine Soldier stood coldly with his hands behind his back. He looked at the Ice-Fire Phantom Scripture in disappointment. Shut up. Don't embarrass the Ice-Fire royal family. The Scripture of Fire and Ice was extremely illusory. In order to curry favor with Nitian Shaw, the divine soldiers of Fire and Ice had not only ignored the fact that their own clansmen were being oppressed, they even helped outsiders to oppress them. Who was the one who embarrassed the Ice and Fire royal family? Nitian Shaw was like the king of this place, deciding everything with a single word. Finally, he swept his gaze over to Su Yu, sizing him up from the corner of his eye. Are you the culprit who disrupted the meeting at the second floor? Nitian Shaw's smile was as light as the clouds in the sky. Yes, kneel down too. He had been too busy lately to update. Chapter 1546. Before Su Yu could respond, the Dragon Elephant King broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, is this going to cause this ancestor to start a massacre? He hurriedly stepped forward with a face full of politeness. Young Master Nitian, please give me some face and don't start a fight here. How about it? If they infuriated Su Yu, even the entire Heaven Immortal Tower would be razed to the ground, let alone defying the heavens. Face. Hee. Defiant Shaw glanced at the Dragon Elephant King from the corner of his eyes filled with pickiness and contempt. Fine, I'll give you face. Let him kneel outside the building. That way, it won't be considered a dispute in your territory, right? Hearing this, the Dragon Elephant King felt humiliated and said angrily, Young Master Nitian, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Ni Tian Sho chuckled, King? In the Taichu dynasty, you can be considered a king, but in front of the heaven-defying royal family, put away your laughable title. Other than Sovereign King Nitian Hanxing, no other living beings are qualified to call themselves kings in front of me. You. The Dragon Elephant King was enraged. The members of the heaven-defying royal family were mostly arrogant people, and the higher their cultivation, the more arrogant they were. In front of everyone, Nitian Sho showed no mercy, making Dragon Elephant King unable to get off the stage. However, the Dragon Elephant King didn't dare to do anything to Ni Tian Sho. He was the host, and he had plenty of ways to prevent Nitian Sho from leaving the heavenly immortal tower. However, above Nitian Sho's head, there was an existence that made people revere him like a ghost, Nitian Hanxing. He was a supreme existence that could suppress 3 emperors of the empires. He had surpassed his biological father, Nitian Guyun, and had become the strongest man in the world. The most important thing was that this person had a rebellious will and could not tolerate any flaws in his eyes. If the Dragon Elephant King dared to kill Nitian Sho, then Nitian Hanxing would dare to slaughter half of the Taichu dynasty. The Dragon Elephant King didn't even dare to provoke such a person. Thus, his expression changed a few times, but in the end, he chose to swallow his anger. Humph. Looks like you understand. Ni Tian Sho sneered, since you understand, then scram. Dragon Elephant King didn't say a word and silently walked to the side, silently enduring many strange gazes. Sigh. This is an era of comparing backgrounds. The Dragon Elephant King is such a heroic figure, yet he has to endure humiliation and does not dare to resist. How pitiful and sad. Many people spoke via voice transmission and sighed endlessly with emotion. At this moment, the great figure that they revered was like dirt on the ground before another great figure, and he didn't have the slightest dignity. Because of this, their respect for Ni Tian Sho grew. What no one knew was that Dragon Elephant King was sneering in his heart at this moment. No one knew better than him how ignorant and stupid the heaven-defying Sho, who seemed to be the only one in the world, was. Because he was provoking a legendary figure that even Nitian Hanxing could not catch up to. With a single thought, the other party could easily decide Nitian Sho's life and death. But against Heaven Sho was completely unaware of it. His face was expressionless, but there was a deep sense of mockery hidden in the depths of his eyes as he stared at Ni Tian Sho. Nitian Sho's gaze fell on Suyu once again, and he snorted through his nostrils, eh? Still not kneeling? Suyu glanced at him indifferently. In terms of arrogance, he was not even a tenth of Nitian Hanxing's, and in terms of strength, he was not even 100th of Nitian Hanxing's. Suyu had no interest in arguing with such a person. He just looked at Taiching Yunhui, a woman who was dressed in a long black dress. She was classically elegant, yet cold and noble. Feeling Suyu's gaze, Taiching Yunhui looked over. Her beautiful eyes glanced at him briefly before retracting like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Her ethereal eyes seemed as if they could not contain the dust of the mortal world, and were rather cold. I am Mr. Su, and I would like to exchange a divine technique with Miss Yunhui. Suyu cupped his fists. Hey! Among the onlookers, many broke out in a cold sweat for Suyu, feeling that he was facing imminent disaster. Who would have thought that he would not care about Ni Tian Sho at all, and instead discuss a divine technique exchange with Taiching Yunhui? His attitude showed that he did not care about Ni Tian Sho at all. Taiching Yunhui looked back at Suyu again. Her gaze was like the clouds in the sky, sweeping past without any response. She was as cold as a goddess on the top of a snowy mountain, making it impossible for people to get close to her. She was truly a cold and stunning ice fairy. Uncle Master, Taiching Miaoyu had circled around to her side, tugging at her sleeves, and said softly, "He has helped us before, could you please let him go?" Taiching Yunhui's ethereal eyes were still looking into the distance, and her voice was as ethereal as a palace in the heavens. Do not meddle in the affairs of others. She could tell that Suyu was trying to involve her in the dispute with Ni Tian Sho. She did not like this kind of tactic. The onlookers also realized why Su Yu had ignored Ni Tiansha's threat, and had instead inexplicably asked Taiching Yunhui for a divine technique. It turned out that he was trying to curry favor with Taiching Yunhui at the last minute, and cozy up to her. Taiching Miaoyu had appeared to ask for help because she understood Su Yu's intentions. She hurriedly pleaded, "Uncle Master," but Taiching Yunhui's gaze was distant, as if she had not heard anything. Ni Tiansha sneered. "Kid, you are quite a schemer. Unfortunately, you have underestimated the wisdom of this ice beauty. Your dirty tricks will only increase her disgust. Haha, no one can save you. I will give you 3 breaths time to kneel down immediately, or I will do it myself." His words were filled with a menacing threat. But in Su Yu's ears, it was like the warning of an ant to an elephant. He turned a deaf ear. He stared at Taiching Yunhui, thinking that this woman was extremely ambitious, and that she was probably not someone who could easily exchange divine techniques. "Looks like I can only try to get my hands on Taiching Yunhuan," Su Yu said helplessly. He really did not want to reveal his true form. But in order to learn the true method of controlling the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole, he could only meet with Taiching Yunhuan. If Taiching Yunhuan was stubborn, he would have to resort to forceful means. If that is the case, then I shall take my leave. Su Yu did not even look at Ni Tiansha, and turned to go downstairs. At that moment, Ni Tiansha had not even started counting. After being repeatedly ignored by Su Yu, even a clay bodhisattva would get angry, let alone the arrogant descendants of Ni Tiansha. "Haha. Good. I like your stubbornness. It is only interesting to tame a stubborn donkey into an obedient dog." Ni Tiansha sneered, and struck decisively. With the sound of wind and thunder, Ni Tiansha disappeared. When he reappeared, a huge fist had punched through Su Yu's head. "Ah!" Taiching Mystic Jade screamed in shock. Ice and Fire Scripture and Ni Tianlengshan also turned their heads, unable to look. There were even bystanders who sighed silently. A young man with potential had died in the hands of the overbearing Ni Tiansha. The sounds of pity were endless. However, the next moment, the crowd was surprised to find that the contemptuous smile on Ni Tiansha's face had disappeared, replaced by a slightly gloomy expression. Then, they finally realized that the figure that Ni Tiansha had punched through was actually just an illusion. The real Su Yu was nowhere to be found. Looking around, there was no trace of Su Yu, not even a hint of his aura. He escaped. When did this happen? We couldn't capture his tracks at all. A genius who was very close to level 3 stammered. That's impossible. Even if it was teleportation, there should have been space fluctuations. Why was there no sound at all? Another very experienced genius was much more serious. Not just that. How strong is Ni Tiansha? His status as the number 1 of the younger generation is not just for show, but he also couldn't capture Mr. Su's tracks. A genius who was close to 100 years old had a burning gaze. In fact, it wasn't just them. The Ice and Fire Divine Soldier was also secretly shocked. He admitted that he did not carefully watch the last scene, but Su Yu's escape was really ghostly, giving him a shock. Even Taiching Yunhui, who was like a snow mountain fairy, once again cast an ethereal gaze over. Ni Tiansha was gloomy for a moment, then laughed hoarsely. "Haha, this is more interesting." The sinister intent in his words was several times thicker. Swish, his figure disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the Heaven Immortal Tower. The Dragon Elephant King was quite regretful. After all, he was an ancestor-level existence, and he no longer cared about a small fry like Ni Tiansha. But he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart and rushed out. The Ice and Fire Divine Soldier pondered for a moment, then also stepped out. Taiching Yunhui waved her sleeves elegantly, and a pair of strange Tai Chi wings appeared behind her. She disappeared instantly with the Taiching Magic Jade. "Let's go. Let's follow too." The Ice and Fire Divine Soldier and Ni Tianlengshan immediately followed, completely unaware of the situation. Not long after, the entire Heaven Immortal Tower was empty, all of them chasing after their breaths. Ni Tiansha flew out of the Heaven Immortal Tower and only saw the afterimage of Su Yu disappearing in the sky. He laughed angrily. If I let you escape today, I, Ni Sho, will change my name from now on. Heaven and Earth Reversal Technique. Ni Sho stared in the direction of Su Yu and performed a powerful divine technique. The world around him rotated as if the universe was reversing itself. The Ice and Fire Divine Soldier saw this scene, and his eyes were blazing. The second divine technique of the heaven-defying empire, Heaven and Earth Reversal Technique. This technique could be used to reverse the universe and instantly activate spatial teleportation, allowing one to teleport a distance of 1 billion miles with a single thought. For the heaven-defying descendants who were good at fighting, this technique was a precious divine technique, almost comparable to the number 1 divine technique of the Tai Ching Empire. In a breath, Ni Sho disappeared without a trace. But he did not deliberately erase his breath, and everyone immediately followed his breath. 4 ordinary deities, 1 billion square kilometers was unimaginable astronomical geography, and it would take them at least a whole year to fly across it. Therefore, not long after, most people gave up. Only the Ice and Fire Divine Soldier, Tai Ching Yunhui, and a few others rushed over with strange techniques. Su Yu left the Heaven Immortal Tower, glanced around, and locked onto the palace of the Mermaid Emperor. If he remembered correctly, it was the time for the 4 great emperors to discuss the matter. He would wait nearby and stop the Tai Ching Yunyuan when the time came. With a flicker of his mind, Su Yu continuously teleported 1 billion square kilometers and arrived near the palace. Landing on the eaves, Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for the meeting to end. After a few breaths, suddenly, Su Yu looked back at the sky above his head. Although the mortals did not notice it, he clearly felt that at this moment, the universe had been changed by someone. At the same time, a figure with a murderous aura suddenly descended. Chapter 1547. Su Yu saw the figure and shook his head helplessly. He did not want to bother with such a small fry and had intended to spare his life. Who would have thought that he would seek his own death? Clang! He smashed into the eaves, destroying a house on the spot. Countless dust swept towards Su Yu, but when it came within 1,000 feet of him, it automatically separated. A figure with a hideous smile walked out from the dust. You know what? I like people like you the most. You overestimate yourself and like to think you're smart. Do you think that just because you're good at body techniques, you can touch the taboo that you can't? What I like most is to see you in the field that you're best at, to see your face full of despair. Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the figure with a hideous smile. He was amused. Well, why don't you tell me what field you're good at? Su Yu said. Nitian Sho laughed. What a joke. As a member of the heaven-defying faction, I'm naturally best at the way of defying intentions. However, against people like you, I don't need to use this way at all. I'll just use the field that you're best at. Body technique. Swoosh. Nitian Sho attacked again, bringing with him the remaining power of the Cosmos Reversal Technique. In an instant, he teleported to Su Yu's left and right, and fiercely struck his chest. Bang! A feeling of substance came, and it was definitely not a shadow. Nitian Sho's lips curled into a hideous smile. This time, he was doomed. However, what shocked him was that Su Yu's gaze was actually looking at him at that very moment. It was as if Su Yu had already seen his trajectory. Illusion. Nitian Sho thought to himself. However, the next moment, his heart seemed to have missed a beat. Because there was a hint of helplessness in Su Yu's eyes. Thump. He had a very bad feeling. Could it be that the other party's body technique was above his? The thought only appeared for a moment before it was cast aside. As a member of the heaven-defying faction, his strongest belief was himself, and he would never admit that he was inferior to others. Die. Nitian Sho's fist power did not diminish. Instead, it increased, and a destructive blow erupted. A muffled sound was heard. It was the sound of his fist about to pierce through Su Yu's chest. Years of experience told Nitian Sho that in the next breath, Su Yu would become a pile of minced meat on the ground. However, when the next breath arrived, Nitian Sho discovered that the distance between his arm and Su Yu's chest was shrinking. Normally, it was because his arm had passed through Su Yu's chest. But why was there a slight pain coming from his arm? No, it's not light, it's gradually getting worse. Also, Shouldn't the divine blood that splashed out belong to Su Yu? Why did it contain the defying will of the heaven-defying lineage? Finally, the intense pain stimulated defiant Shaw to come to his senses. The distance between them continued to shorten. It was not that Su Yu's chest had been penetrated, but his arm had been shattered inch by inch. By the time he realized it, the terrifying power of his punch, which had been aimed at Su Yu, had finally rebounded. Bang! With a loud explosion and a miserable howl, Against the Sky Demon was blown away by his own terrible fist momentum. His whole body festered and almost became a skeleton with no flesh left. A corporeal soul flew out from the skeleton and looked at Su Yu in shock. At this moment, Su Yu was safe and sound, and his clothes were not even creased. It was as if the terrible blow just now was like a mosquito bite, unable to cause the slightest harm. Who are you? Against the Sky Demon's soul panicked, from the depths of his heart. It was too terrifying. Standing still, the rebound force alone could destroy the body of a level 3 deity. He had seen the magical power of rebound and was certain that Su Yu's was not similar to a divine technique, but a rebound force that relied on the hardness of his body. How hard must a person's body be to completely rebound the attack of a level 3 deity and kill him? Anyway, the Emperor of the Empire could not do it. If Nitian Shaw had not used a secret technique to protect his soul at the critical moment just now, his body and soul would have been destroyed by now. Su Yu raised his eyes and looked at him indifferently. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I gave you several chances to live, but you just had to chase after me to your death. Nitian Shaw shuddered, and with a look of horror in his eyes, he hurriedly said, If you kill me, Nitian Hanxing will not forgive you. Everyone knew how terrifying Nitian Hanxing was. Unexpectedly, Su Yu said indifferently, Nitian Hanxing? He was defeated by me, why should I be afraid of him? What? Nitian Shaw was taken aback, and then suddenly remembered something. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes bulged, showing the extreme fear in his heart. His lips trembled. Your surname is Su. Could you be Su? You know a little too much, Su Yu said indifferently, and a mass of red light shot out from his left eye. Nitian Shaw's soul body was immediately destroyed into dust, disappearing from the world. Swish, swish, swish. The Dragon Elephant King, the Ice and Fire Divine Soldiers, Taiching Yunhui, and Taiching Wonderful Jade had just arrived. They only heard Nitian Shaw's last words before he was obliterated by a mass of space energy. The Ice and Fire Divine Soldiers stared at the scattered body of Nitian Shaw on the ground in shock. Their pupils shrank, and they looked at Su Yu with deep fear. The leading figure of the younger generation was actually dead. Taiching Yunhui's ethereal eyes flickered with emotion. She stared at Su Yu's figure, full of vigilance. Only the Dragon Elephant King secretly revealed a comfortable smile. He thought to himself, haha, he really came all the way here to die. Nitian Shaw does have the capital to be arrogant, but in front of this ancestor-level almighty, he doesn't even have the right to make a sound. Taiching Miaoyu blinked. Her cultivation was the lowest, and her vision and hearing were inferior to the three of them. She had no idea what had happened. She only saw a pile of bodies beside Su Yu, all of which belonged to Nitian Shaw. Ah, Nitian Shaw, he is dead. Taiching Miaoyu's almond-shaped eyes widened, and her mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost be stuffed inside. Who did this? No one answered, because the other three people present were all shocked and did not dare to move at will, lest some of their actions be misunderstood by the mysterious man. They did not think they were better than Nitian Shaw. How powerful was that Nitian Shaw? In the end, in just a few breaths of their pursuit, he died without a burial place. The horror of the mysterious man left them with lingering fear. No one responded. Taiching Miaoyu flew over to Su Yu and patted him on the shoulder. She looked around in fear. Hey, did you see who did this? He actually killed Nitian Shaw? The scene made the eyelids of the three of them twitch. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Taiching Yunhui wanted to stop them, but she did not dare to act rashly. She could only wait and see. Unexpectedly, the scene of Su Yu's anger did not appear. Instead, he said with a faint smile, who knows? Maybe he was too arrogant and inadvertently provoked a passing strong man. As he spoke, he glanced at the Dragon Elephant King and the other two. To their horror, this glance caused their souls to tremble, like candlelight in the wind, about to be extinguished in an instant. It really shocked them. Wasn't such a look too terrifying? Even when facing a monarch, they had never felt such a thing. This person. Who was this person? No matter how muddle-headed the divine soldiers of Ice and Fire and Taiching Yunhui were, they finally understood that the mysterious man who had concealed his aura was by no means a young hero of their generation, but an old monster who hid his strength well. He was the kind of ruthless character who could make the continent tremble with a stomp of his foot. They understood the meaning of Su Yu's glance and kept quiet, not daring to speak about what they had just seen, lest Su Yu kill them. Only Taiching Miaoyu did not notice at all. She stroked her chin very seriously and said, "A passing strong man? Oh, it is really possible. The four great monarchs have gathered, and the Taichu Empire has many elusive big shots. Among them, there are many level 3 deities of the older generation who can kill Nitian Sha." The Dragon Elephant King broke out in a cold sweat. "Little lady, you really believe it?" With the answer, Taiching Miaoyu did not pursue the matter any further. She looked at Nitian Sha's corpse and snorted. "Who asked you to take liberties with me? You deserve to be killed. The wicked will be punished by the heavens." Taiching Miaoyu heaved a long sigh of relief. That Nitian Sha had been coveting her for more than a day or two. Looking at Taiching Yunhui in the distance, who had not come over yet, Taiching Miaoyu thought for a moment, pulled Su Yu's sleeves, and flew towards Taiching Yunhui. Taiching Yunhui looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Divine energy surged under her feet, and her sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. Her ethereal eyes were replaced by vigilance and awe. Her whole body was stiff, and she tensed up, ready to escape at any time, even though it was useless to escape. "Hey, what's wrong with you, Uncle Master? Why is there a cold sweat on your forehead?" Taiching Miaoyu flew closer and immediately noticed Taiching Yunhui's strange behavior. Taiching Yunhui stared at Su Yu, her eyes flickering. She said, Oh, you must be tired from the long-distance chase, right? Is that so? Then why is your chest soaked?" Taiching Miaoyu was like a curious baby, asking all kinds of questions. The divine soldier of Ice and Fire was even more nervous, and he stuttered, It's too hot. Yes, it's too hot." Taiching Miaoyu was startled, and she muttered suspiciously, "A level 3 deity is afraid of the heat." She looked at the Dragon Elephant King and found that there was nothing wrong with him. She said strangely, "It's really strange, one is sweating from the heat, and the other is sweating from exhaustion. Why are you fine even though you are traveling together?" The Dragon Elephant King wanted to vomit blood. "Aren't you putting me on the grill?" With a hollow laugh, the Dragon Elephant King immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "I'm not sweating, but I'm bleeding. This weather is really not suitable for a long journey." The divine soldier of Ice and Fire and Taiching Yunhui looked at him from the corner of their eyes, secretly looking at him with admiration. He was really ruthless, causing internal injuries and vomiting blood. Taiching Miaoyu was dumbfounded. A level 3 deity, who was high and mighty, had traveled a distance of 1 billion miles, and yet he was so tired that he vomited blood? She was a little confused, and tugged at Su Yu's sleeves. "Hey, you've also traveled 1 billion miles, why are they so tired, but you're fine?" Su Yu looked at the three of them with dissatisfaction. Their excuses were too lousy. "Haha, I'm probably full and have the energy to run," Su Yu said. Chapter 1548. Taiching Miaoyu was dumbfounded, feeling as if her worldview had been turned upside down. It turned out that even a level 3 deity would be sweating or vomiting blood from exhaustion if he didn't have a full meal. Whoosh, whoosh. Fortunately, at that moment, several figures rushed over. Among them were Ice and Fire Scripture and Nitian Leng Shan. They had used the long-distance teleportation treasure passed down by the royal family to arrive a little later. When they saw Nitian Sha's corpse, the two were horrified. "Who did it?" they asked in unison, their breaths frozen. Taiching Miaoyu said proudly, "Ha ha ha, you came too late and didn't see it. I saw it with my own eyes." A great senior who appeared and disappeared mysteriously killed him with one palm. Su Yu was speechless. How did the rumor come about? That was how it came about. Then, Ice and Fire Scripture and Nitian Lungshan listened to Taiching Miaoyu's bragging and nodded in amazement. After listening, Ice and Fire Scripture patted Su Yu's shoulder. Brother Su is really lucky to have met a great senior passing by. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nitian Lungshan was also filled with emotions. Brother Su is indeed a blessed man. To think that such a legendary event would happen to Brother Su. He. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Taiching Miaoyu laughed heartily and pulled Su Yu towards Taiching Yunhui. She was so frightened that her nerves tensed up again, and her breathing quickened. Martial uncle, please listen to his request on account of the fact that he has helped us before. Taiching Miaoyu said sincerely. Taiching Yunhui's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. She had the urge to punish her severely. Wasn't this causing trouble for her? In the face of such an old monster, would she dare to say no? This former, young master, may I ask what kind of divine technique you would like to exchange? Taiching Yunhui forced herself to calm down and asked. Su Yu was surprised. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. If it was that simple, it would naturally be better. He immediately said, I want your royal family's technique to control the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Taiching Miaoyu and Taiching Yunhui were both surprised. Taiching Yunhui stopped speaking in time, her eyes filled with surprise. Taiching Miaoyu said in surprise, strange, why do you want this thing? Everyone in the God realm knows that the Taiching royal family's yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole have been lost for billions of years, right? Now that it has already become someone else's, what's the use of this technique? Su Yu was delighted. This meant that the cultivation technique really existed. May I ask Miss Yunhui if you're willing to part with it? I have a demonic path divine technique to gift to you. It's very powerful, and it's not inferior to the third-ranked divine technique of the heaven-defying empire. Su Yu took out a copy of the 6 paths of natural relationships that he had already inscribed. The Taiching Wonder Jade was extremely envious at the side, and she said, Martial uncle, I've witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. Its might is extremely formidable indeed, and it just happens to be able to make up for the flaw of our Grand Clear Imperial family's divine art's attack being insufficient. Taiching Yunhui cried bitterly in her heart. She was instinctively against exchanging any inherited divine arts. Therefore, the exchange gathering on the first floor ended on a bad note. However, facing Su Yu, how could she dare to resist? Even Ni Tian Sho, who was protected by Nitian Hanxing, would be killed without hesitation, let alone her. Since young Master Su is sincere, I won't refuse. Taiching Yunhui took out a droplet of blood that contained yin and yang energies. The method to control the Taiji yin-yang wings is in this droplet of blood. She really wanted to ask Su Yu about the use of this technique, but she was afraid of revealing the secrets of the heavens and provoking a fatal disaster. Su Yu was pleased. He had finally gotten what he wanted. After exchanging, Su Yu immediately put it away. He was going to meet the Mermaid Emperor before slowly refining the technique in the droplet of blood. Congratulations, Brother Su. Ice and Fire Jing Huan and Nitian Lungshan congratulated him together. Taiching Miaoyu hammered Su Yu's chest, raised her sharp chin, and said, How are you going to thank me? Uncle Master only agreed to the exchange because of me. I am now your great benefactor. Hearing this, Taiching Yunhui's forehead throbbed with worry and amusement. She was only doing this because she was afraid of Su Yu. Su Yu smiled. Oh. Then how do you want me to repay your kindness? Beside him, Ice and Fire Jing Huan said mockingly, Young Master Su, why don't you devote your life to me? Your strength is extraordinary, and you are a good match for Miaoyu. Taiching Miaoyu raised her eyebrows and said, Who wants him to devote his life to me? Ice and Fire Jing Huan said mischievously, Oh? What if it's your great hero, Su Yu? Then do you want it? Taiching Miaoyu blushed and bared her teeth. Jing Huan, your skin is itching again, isn't it? It is. If Su Yu were to devote his life to me, you would be more than happy to. Shut up. But at this moment, Taiching Yunhui softly scolded, her face displeased. Don't talk nonsense. Is Senior Su someone you juniors can mess with? Ice and Fire Jing Huan shrank his neck and muttered to himself, why are you throwing a tantrum? Isn't it just jealousy? Who doesn't know about Senior Su? Taiching Miaoyu stuck out her tongue and snorted discontentedly in her heart. Humph. Only state officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps. Only you are allowed to like Su Yu. It turned out that the princess of the Taiching royal family was kidnapped by Nitian Hanxing, which caused a great uproar. Later, the Taiching royal family endured the humiliation and signed a settlement agreement. This incident became a historical humiliation for the Taiching royal family. As the second princess at that time, Taiching Yunhui put down a knot in her heart. She once mobilized a group of strong men in the empire, promising to marry whoever killed or seriously injured Nitian Hanxing. Unfortunately, at that time, the Taiching Empire was suppressing them and forbidding them from taking revenge. Nitian Hanxing's strength was outstanding, and he was protected by strong men whenever he went out. No one succeeded. Many years had passed, and she had almost forgotten about it herself. Who knew that a few years ago, a young man named Su Yu would appear out of nowhere and advance triumphantly. He seriously injured Nitian Hanxing twice and killed his protector, Nitian Guyun. Someone brought up Taiching Yunhui's promise, and she had to announce to the world that she was willing to keep her promise and marry Su Yu. Now that the juniors were teasing Su Yu, she naturally could not tolerate it. As for the jealousy in their hearts, Taiching Yunhui was helpless. She had not even seen his face, so how could she like him? However, if a legendary figure like Su Yu took a fancy to her and was willing to marry her, she would be very happy. Unfortunately, he had disappeared without a trace for several years. How could he be interested in a nobody like her? Sighing silently, Taiching Yunhui warned, I'll warn you one last time, don't make inappropriate jokes. Taiching Miaoyu was scolded and asked Su Yu with dissatisfaction, you want to repay a debt of gratitude, don't you? Let's go, treat me to a meal. The Ice and Fire Warlock and Nitian Lungshan also readily agreed. All right then, Su Yu said helplessly. The spell was already in his hands, so there was no need to wait here in a hurry. The Dragon Elephant King's face was full of smiles. Mr. Su, if you don't mind, how about returning to the Heavenly Immortal Tower? Su Yu nodded and said to Taiching Miaoyu and the others, let's go, I'll take you back. When he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and took the three of them away. They disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a strong yin and yang energy. Taiching Yunhui was shocked. This is the yin-yang shuttle technique of the Taiching Empire. Did he cultivate some kind of inherited movement technique of ours? There was a lot of surprise on her pretty face. Lady Taiching, what should we do? The Ice and Fire Warlock asked anxiously. Taiching Yunhui came back to her senses and thought for a long time. This senior does not seem to be an evil person. He is quite kind to Miaoyu and the others, so he probably won't harm them. We don't have to worry too much, but it's better to report this matter to the respective emperors as soon as possible. I think so too. Let's go, there's no time to lose, the Ice and Fire Warlock said. The two flew together to the Mermaid Empress Palace, and the Dragon Elephant King returned to the Heavenly Immortal Tower to serve Su Yu and the others. In the Mermaid Empress Palace, the four God Realm Supremes gathered together. However, the atmosphere was slightly cold and seemed to have fallen into some kind of stalemate. The Ice and Fire Warlock and Taiching Yunhuan were a little angry, and from time to time, they glanced at a young man sitting cross-legged in a shadowy corner. The young man's skin was dark, and his whole body was full of overbearing and fierce reverse will, like a demonic sword, exceptionally dangerous. He said in an indisputable tone, there is no need for further discussion. No one can change what I, Nitian Hanxing, have decided. As I said, I will control the Brahma puppet, so I will control it. If you don't agree, humph, all of you, get lost. They were all of the same generation, and yet they were reprimanded in front of their faces. How insulting was that? The strange thing was that they chose to swallow their anger and did not even say a word of rebuttal. The two of them looked at the Mermaid Emperor, meaning to let the Mermaid Emperor decide. After all, the Brahma puppet belonged to the Mermaid Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor pondered for a moment and said, "The Brahma puppet is still being forged, and it is still too early to decide who it belongs to. I don't care." Nitian Hanxing interrupted with an arrogant look. "The Brahma puppet must be handed over to me for safekeeping." The Mermaid Emperor frowned slightly. He clearly felt that the reverse will in Nitian Hanxing was getting stronger, just because he did not meet his unreasonable demands. The Brahma puppet was the result of 10 years of hard work by the Mermaid Emperor. He had spent most of the resources left behind by him when he was the World Annihilator Emperor before he was barely close to completion. As a result, Nitian Hanxing did not say anything and directly asked for it. His attitude was overbearing and unreasonable. However, he knew the horror of the reverse demon and could not refute it too fiercely. Otherwise, he would be forced to become the reverse demon, and the loss would outweigh the gain. He regretted inviting Nitian Hanxing to participate. However, if he did not invite him, it would be unrealistic to unify the entire god realm and obtain the essence and blood of all living creatures. After thinking for a long time, the Mermaid Emperor chose to give in. "Well, the Brahma puppet is yours." "No." Binghua Tsangxing and Tai Ching Yunluan dissuaded him. Although they were uneasy about the Mermaid Emperor's control, they could still tolerate it. But Nitian Hanxing, he was a madman. No one knew what Nitian Hanxing would do with the Brahma puppet. "Get lost. Who do you think you are to stop me?" Nitian Hanxing's eyes shot out 2 rays of light, containing a monstrous reverse will. Binghua Tsangxing and Tai Ching Yunluan were both angry and moved to resolve the reverse will gaze. However, even with the gaze, the two of them spent 10 to 20% of their strength to succeed. Chapter 1549. A gaze was already so powerful. If Nitian Hanxing were to take action, wouldn't he be on par with them with just 10% of his strength? The Mermaid Emperor's eyes flashed and he was secretly awestruck. He is going deeper and deeper into the path of the anti-demon. Before we deal with the sinful lady, we must not aggravate him into becoming an anti-demon, otherwise, it will become a big problem. You two don't have to be like this. Now that the catastrophe is upon us, it doesn't matter who controls the heaven-burning puppet. You must know that we are bound together for good or ill, the Mermaid Emperor advised, trying to ease the tension between them. The most important thing was not to let Nitian Hanxing's anti-will increase again. Nitian Hanxing glared at the two of them contemptuously and ordered the Mermaid Emperor, "Give it to me." The Mermaid Emperor was not annoyed and took out a cavern world. It was very old and looked like a walnut riddled with holes on the outside, but the inside was a different world. There were many weapons of the ancient civilization that had never appeared in the world, as well as many extinct ancient materials, ancient formations, and ancient spirits. In the center of the cavern world, there was a huge puppet standing between heaven and earth. It looked exactly the same as the heaven-burning puppet that was being built in Su Yu's sacred sky ship. This thing was the first world created by the World Annihilation Emperor when he became a god, and it had always been hidden in his soul. When he died, part of his soul was attached to this cavern world. Relying on the residual breath of the Emperor inside, he avoided the fate of becoming a tomb guard spirit and awakened from his muddle-headedness. This thing was irreplaceable to him. Haha. Good stuff. I want this cavern world too. However, Nitian Hanxing took a fancy to this thing and did not take the Mermaid Emperor seriously at all. He did not look at the Mermaid Emperor's slightly gloomy face. His soul power swept directly inside, and when it fell on the huge heaven-burning puppet, he was slightly surprised. That puppet looks familiar. I seem to have heard Nitian Guyun mention it before. The father and son of the heaven-defying clan hated each other. The sacred skyship was completely controlled by Nitian Guyun, and Nitian Hanxing knew nothing about what was inside. There was even a half-finished Brahma heaven puppet that he didn't know about. But it doesn't matter, from now on, it belongs to me. Nitian Hanxing opened his mouth and swallowed, hiding the walnut cavern world into his stomach. Only then did he reveal an elated expression. Haha, everyone, let's work together to resist the prophecy in the royal sacred gate. Tai Ching Yunhui was indignant and snorted. Nitian Hanxing noticed her. At this moment, his thoughts were clear and he was in a good mood. He could not help but look at Tai Ching Yunluan. As the only female ruler of the dynasty, not only did she have unparalleled abilities, but she was also extremely beautiful. In the past, Nitian Guyun had set his eyes on her more than once. Unfortunately, although he was strong, he was not strong enough to suppress this woman. Now, Nitian Hanxing's strength was far stronger than his father's by several times. Without any effort, he could suppress this woman and make her unable to move. He could not help but have charming thoughts in his heart. He looked at Tai Ching Yun Luan's attractive figure and did not hide his inner thoughts. Hehe, Yun Luan, with your beauty, it's really a pity that you don't enter my palace. Why don't I issue an imperial edict to unite our two dynasties by marriage? So naked. Such undisguised, shameless words actually came out of his mouth in such a dignified manner. Binghua Cangxing was angry. Not to mention the political impact of the marriage between the two dynasties, he could not tolerate Nitian Hanxing's arrogance. He slammed the table angrily. Nitian Hanxing, you better stop before going too far. Nitian Hanxing looked at him from the corner of his eye. His eyes were cold and murderous, and the surface of his body was rolling. Why, do you want to fight me? Being stared at, Binghua Cangxing's confidence immediately weakened. His tone was slightly relaxed, and he changed his words. What I mean is, in the face of a great enemy, we should put aside our personal affairs for the time being. It's not too late to talk about it after the catastrophe is resolved. Mermaid Emperor came to the rescue. I think so too. If you are interested, you can talk about it after the catastrophe. In this way, Nitian Hanxing was not irritated. He looked at Tai Ching Yun Luan's plump body with nostalgia, and laughed. Good. Then it's settled. After the evil girl is dealt with, I will accept Tai Ching Yun Luan into my palace. I, Nitian Hanxing, will do all the things that my father failed to do. He completely ignored Tai Ching Yun Luan's trembling body, and her angry and livid face, and announced. However, Tai Ching Yun Luan could not lose her temper. She had to endure, lest she anger Nitian Hanxing and arouse his rebellious intent, turning him into an inverse demon. A pair of jade-like hands were tightly held by her, and her nails dug deep into her flesh. She secretly said to herself, I will endure. After the evil girl, if you are still alive, you and I will be irreconcilable. If Nitian Hanxing was really alive at that time, his strength would have reached another level. Her fate would most likely be the same as that of the princess back then, to be forcibly taken away and become Nitian Hanxing's woman. Nitian Hanxing looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, this matter is settled. Dismissed. As if he was the master, he took the lead to announce and opened the giant door of the hall first. There were layers of guards outside the door, and there were many royal members that they brought, waiting patiently. When Nitian Hanxing's eyes swept over the Taiching royal members, his eyes suddenly lit up. The eldest princess, Taiching Yunhui? Among the Taiching royal members, Taiching Yunhui was patiently and quietly waiting for Taiching Yunluan to come out. Suddenly, she heard an unforgettable voice. She looked up, and her eyes immediately burned with hatred. Ha, after so many years, you are still thinking about me. Nitian Hanxing looked at Taiching Yunhui's elegant and proud figure, and his lust was aroused. Since he did not get Taiching Yunluan, it would be good to quench his thirst with Taiching Yunhui first. What a coincidence, I have been thinking about you all these years. In terms of looks, you and your sister can be said to be on par, and can be called sisters. If I let you sisters serve me together, wouldn't it be fun? Taiching Yunhui only had cold hatred in her eyes. Shameless. Nitian Hanxing laughed. Good scolding. I like it when you hate me. It's only fun to play with you like this. Come here. With a grasp in the air, Taiching Yunhui immediately felt a great pressure, and her whole body could not move. With a scream, she was dragged out of the Taiching royal members team. Nitian Hanxing laughed unscrupulously. Let's bring her back to have some fun. Ha ha ha. Stop it. Taiching Yunhuan, who had just walked out of the hall, saw this scene, and she, who had long been furious, finally exploded. With a pull from her chest, Taiching Yunhuan pulled out several snow lotuses that were condensed from yin and yang. The snow lotuses exploded in the air, and the universe in a small area was immediately replaced. Taiching Yunhui, who was being controlled, was moved back behind Taiching Yunhuan. Her beautiful face turned pale, and there was a lingering fear on her face, but also a deeper hatred. She did not understand why such an evil person was still alive. Could it be that good people do not live long, but bad people live for 1,000 years? Nitian Hanxing's grasp missed, and his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he stared at Tai Ching Yunhuan. You dare to stop me? The inverse will was surging all over his body, and there were signs of it surging. The Mermaid Emperor secretly knew that things were not good. At this moment, Nitian Hanxing was already on the verge of turning into an inverse demon, and he could not take any provocation. Tai Ching Yunhuan stared at him, but did not dare to provoke him with word. Nitian Hanxing said domineeringly, "Give her to me immediately, or I'll bring you to my bed too." In front of the royal family members of the 4 great empires, he said such lewd words, which really caused an uproar. But Nitian Hanxing did not care at all, or rather, he did not care about the thoughts of those ants. His rebellious intent became stronger, and he sneered, "You should understand that if you displease me, I will turn into an inverse demon, and you will all die. So, if you know what's good for you, send her to my bed obediently." Shameless. Tai Ching Yunhuan was trembling with anger. He actually threatened her with this. For those who did not know what the inverse demon was, they did not know what it was. But the Mermaid Emperor, Bing Huatsangxing, was very clear about it. Now it seemed that even Nitian Hanxing himself understood that his rebellious intent had reached the edge, and one step further would be the body of the inverse demon. It was because of this that he was even more unscrupulous, because he knew very well that any unreasonable request he made would be met. Hearing this, Nitian Hanxing laughed, "Shameless? Well, then I will be even more shameless. Tai Ching Yunhuan, I order you to take off your clothes now. Don't refuse me. If I am not satisfied, I will immediately turn into an inverse demon." What? Tai Ching Yunhuan's face turned red, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Nitian Hanxing said playfully, "What? You don't agree? Not satisfied? Well, I will deepen my rebellious intent, and then it will be too late for you to regret. Take it off immediately. I will only give you 3 breaths of time." He was lawless and did not take anyone seriously. Because he knew very well that his request would definitely be met, and no one would dare to offend him, even if it was just verbal provocation. This feeling of commanding the world, and no one dared to disobey him, was the highest state that he had been pursuing all his life. One thought to rule the world, and any disobedience, any obstruction, and any disobedience would be wiped out. Tai Ching Yunhuan clenched her jade-like hands, and her heart was in a battle. How could she, such a noble monarch, strip naked in public? But if she disobeyed, the consequences would be terrible. The rumor of the inverse demon was also recorded in the Tai Ching royal family's secret book. 8 emperors joined forces to barely suppress it. Now that it had appeared, who could match it? Swoosh! At this moment, a stumbling figure rushed over anxiously and landed directly in front of Nitian Hanxing. He panted and said, "Bad news, my king, Nitian Shaw has been killed." Nitian Hanxing, who was enjoying the ridicule, suddenly fell from the joy of commanding the world to anger. Nitian Shaw? Who dares to kill him? Did no one tell him that Nitian Shaw is one of my people? The one who came to report was the injured Nitian Aoyun. He was waiting for this rhetorical question. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know." But he did not take the king seriously at all. Not only did he seriously injure me, but he also killed Nitian Shaw. He did not take me seriously? Nitian Hanxing sneered, and his rebellious intent surged. Nitian Aoyun said, "Yes." He threatened that even if the king himself was here, he would still kill him. He. Nitian Hanxing's eyes were filled with deep murderous intent, and the lustful thoughts in his mind disappeared. In terms of rebelliousness, it was obvious that Tai Ching Yunhuan and Tai Ching Yunhui's disobedience was far less than the person who did not take him seriously and wantonly killed him. Chapter 1550. A murderous aura mixed with the defiant will rose into the sky. The Mermaid Emperor was in trouble and said angrily, "Who is so ungrateful to offend him of all people? No, I have to go there myself. I can't let Nitian Hanxing be unsatisfied. If necessary, I will kill the person who provoked him." However, Nitian Hanxing did not leave immediately. He looked down at Nitian Aoyun, who was kneeling on one knee, and said coldly, "If he is dead, Why are you still alive? Nitian Aoyun explained, because, before he could finish, Nitian Hanxing slapped his head with his palm, and the terrible defiant will turned Nitian Hanxing's body into nothingness. I, Nitian Hanxing, never keep useless people, Nitian Hanxing said coldly, and immediately closed his eyes, as if searching for traces of Nitian Aoyun when he flew over. After a moment, he opened his cold eyes and grinned, revealing his pale teeth. Let me see who dares to make me, Nitian Hanxing, unhappy. Swish. Nitian Hanxing rushed forward. The Mermaid Emperor flew over as well. Taiching Yunhuan and Binghua Cangxing looked at each other, thought about it, and chose to follow. Before leaving, Taiching Yunhuan thought about it and decided to take Taiching Yunhui with her. If Nitian Hanxing met her alone, the consequences could be imagined. With her by his side, Nitian Hanxing would have to be careful. At the Heavenly Immortal Tower, Su Yu, Taiching Yunyu, Binghua Cangxing, and Nitian Lengshan were drinking. The four of them chatted, and the atmosphere was quite lively. It could be seen that although the three of them came from different empires, because they were not considered the core members of the royal family, they had less to worry about and could get along well. Listening to their conversation, Su Yu thought of Zhong Wushuang for some reason. He had many friends in his life, but most of them gradually drifted apart. Because they could not keep up with Su Yu's progress, they slowly lost contact and eventually became ordinary friends. Only Zhong Wushuang, although not a friend, was not an enemy. He was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Yu. He did not know where he had taken Hanxian to. The two god realms were connected, and he did not know if they had come to the lost god realm. Just as Su Yu's thoughts were wandering, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately turned his head and looked behind him. Taiching Mystic Jade noticed Su Yu's strange behavior and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Wooden walls." Su Yu shook his head, looking slightly grave. "There are a few extremely powerful auras locking onto this place. All of you should retreat." "Ah, why didn't I sense it?" Taiching Mystic Jade giggled and teased, "You're on par with us. What powerful aura can you sense? Drink, drink, drink a few more cups and you won't be drunk anymore." Su Yu turned his head and looked at them helplessly. He then waved his hand, and the Tai East Emperor bell flew out, trapping them within it. The three of them were startled. They were both surprised by the mysterious grade of the item and surprised by Su Yu's seriousness. Judging from his expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Not long after, a scene that shocked the three of them appeared. Through the window, they could clearly see that the clouds in the sky were rapidly flowing into the distance like waves. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that filled the surroundings seemed to be suppressed by something and kept boiling away. It was as if some kind of powerful existence was rapidly approaching. After a few more breaths of time, the sky was completely empty and incomparably quiet. An oppressive feeling that came from the soul slowly descended. Buzz, 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 buzz. The Heavenly Immortal Tower, which was surrounded by seals, began to tremble without warning, and it became more and more intense. The Dragon Elephant King, who was waiting for instructions outside, suddenly opened the door and entered. He came to Su Yu's side and looked out the window together, his expression also full of solemnity. At this moment, a faint red light rolled over, as if there was a sea of blood rolling in the sky. Looking at it, the sky was indeed blood-red. But in addition to the color of blood, there was a series of afterimages. The afterimages were all clear as if they were real. After the Dragon Elephant King saw the afterimages clearly, he was so shocked that he retreated again and again, leaning against the Tai East Emperor bell and falling to the ground. Su Yu didn't look back. He waved his sleeves, and the Tai East Emperor bell enveloped the Dragon Elephant King. "You go in too," Su Yu said lightly. The Dragon Elephant King collapsed to the ground, his eyes replaced by deep awe and fear. Taiching Mystic Jade helped him up in surprise. "Dragon Elephant King, what are you afraid of? This is the territory of your Taichu dynasty." The Dragon Elephant King's tone was hoarse and low because of nervousness. "Others may not be afraid, but there is one person who must be afraid." "Who?" Taiching Mystic Jade blinked. "Nitian Hanxing." The Dragon Elephant King only said 4 words. Taiching Mystic Jade's expression froze like ice, and the ice and fire scripture and Nitian Lenshan, who were originally relaxed, were all frozen in place. Are you sure it's him? Taiching Mystic Jade asked nervously. The Dragon Elephant King said, I would never mistake him for anyone else. Ha ha ha. At this time, a series of laughter suddenly echoed in the private room, and at the same time, a young man stood strangely with his arms crossed. It should be here, right? When they saw this figure, Taiching Mystic Jade, the ice and fire scripture, and Nitian Lenshan trembled as if they had been electrocuted, and their chests felt like they were blocked by a huge stone, unable to speak. It was him. It was Nitian Hanxing, the powerful creature who was so terrible that even the god realm trembled. Nitian Hanxing glanced around, and when his eyes swept over the Tai East Emperor Bell, he laughed. The Dragon Elephant King of the Taichu Empire, the junior of the Ice and Fire Empire, and the junior of my heaven-defying empire. Oh, and there is also a little beauty of the Taiching Empire. Haha, the atmosphere is not bad. However, his eyes were like lightning, shooting towards the mysterious young man standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, and he grinned, revealing his white teeth. However, what is more interesting is that there is actually a character here who has the 23rd Emperor-based Saint artifact, the Tai East Emperor Bell. What? The 23rd Emperor-based Saint artifact? Taiching Mystic Jade, the Ice and Fire Scripture, and Nitian Lenshan gasped. That was a terrifying Emperor-based Saint artifact that even the royal family did not necessarily have. No matter how stupid they were, they finally understood that Su Yu, who called them brothers, was by no means a simple character. In other words, it was you who killed Nitian Shaw? Nitian Hanxing stared at Su Yu, his whole body surging with defiance. Su Yu sighed secretly. He did not want to encounter Nitian Hanxing, but who would have thought that even though he deliberately hid his divine form, he could not avoid encountering him. They were really fated enemies. Yes. Su Yu did not deny it. The fact that he could find this place was enough to prove that he had identified the murderer. Nitian Hanxing sneered. Then do you know what will happen to those who kill my people? As always, I know, Su Yu said expressionlessly. Nitian Hanxing's defiance intensified, and his smile became even more sinister. Since you know, you still dare to kill my people. You really do not take me, Nitian Hanxing, seriously. Su Yu responded indifferently, there is no need for me to take you seriously. It is you who thinks too highly of yourself. Upon hearing this, the defiance on Nitian Hanxing's body skyrocketed, and he laughed. Good. You really have guts, but killing such a person gives me a sense of satisfaction. Su Yu's eyes turned, and he stared at him coldly. If I were you, facing an unknown enemy, to be safe, I would avoid direct confrontation. Haha. Who do you think you are? Why should I, Nitian Hanxing, be compared to you? Nitian Hanxing sneered. My way of doing things is that those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. As soon as he finished speaking, Nitian Hanxing struck with his palm. The palm print contained boundless defiance and was extremely destructive. Su Yu clenched his fists, but in the end, he chose to endure. If he fought fiercely and completely angered Nitian Hanxing's defiance, it would be troublesome to achieve the demon body. Putting aside his thoughts, Su Yu moved like a shadow and teleported to the side of the Tai East Emperor Bell. He clenched his 5 fingers and grabbed the Tai East Emperor Bell. Then, with a thought, he teleported hundreds of millions of miles away. Nitian Hanxing's palm hit thin air, and his face was filled with a maniacal grin. Ha ha ha. Run away like a stray dog. Killing him will give you a greater sense of accomplishment. Whoosh! A pair of wings formed by the defiance emerged behind him, ignoring the obstacles of space and traveling hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. Su Yu held the Tai East Emperor Bell in his hand and shuttled between yin and yang, choosing to avoid a head-on confrontation with Nitian Hanxing. Taiching Miaoyu was resentful. Damn it! Why is there such a person in this world? The Ice and Fire Scripture and Nitian Lenshan were silent for a long time, then looked up at the sky and sighed. Yes, why can't anyone destroy him? Taiching Miaoyu's eyes were filled with regret and disappointment. There is only one person in the world who can destroy him. Unfortunately, that person is in seclusion, which is why Nitian Hanxing is so arrogant. Who was the person she was talking about? Any martial artist in the God realm knew. That could only be one person. Su Yu. An unparalleled legend who swept across the sky of the God realm like a comet. Only he could suppress Nitian Hanxing. Taiching Miaoyu looked at Su Yu's back, with an apologetic and determined look in her eyes. Mr. Su, please let us go. This matter started because of us, causing Nitian Hanxing to misunderstand you as the murderer who killed Nitian Sha. Please let us go, and we will take responsibility. Su Yu shook his head. Would Nitian Hanxing listen to their explanation? It would only cause them to lose their lives for no reason. Especially Taiching Miaoyu's fate. Based on Nitian Hanxing's lustful nature, her fate would probably be even more miserable. Brother Su, we can't implicate you. Please let us go, Taiching Miaoyu said anxiously. Su Yu chuckled. Who said Nitian Hanxing wronged me? Yes, I killed Nitian Sha. Heh. The three of them were a little dumbfounded. It couldn't be, Mr. Su was so powerful. Looking around at the Emperor-based Saint artifact they were in, the three of them were stunned again. With such a powerful Emperor-based Saint artifact in hand, how weak could his true strength be? Behind them, the breath of Nitian Hanxing suddenly appeared. His speed was comparable to Su Yu's. Su Yu pondered for a moment and slowly slowed down. Taiching Miaoyu was shocked. Mr. Su, why did you stop? Do you want to die? Unexpectedly, Su Yu said helplessly, it seems that I can't pull away from him. There's no other way, I can only kill him. What? The three of them were dumbfounded, thinking that they had heard it wrong. Su Yu could kill him? Only the Dragon Elephant King was trembling all over, his eyes showing a long-lost anticipation and excitement. He murmured, to be able to see the long-silent legendary figure unsheath his sword, my life will not be in vain. Chapter 1551. Boom. Nitian Hanxing, accompanied by bursts of thunder, suddenly caught up. He stopped 1,000 feet away and sneered, why don't you run? At this time, Su Yu had stopped completely and turned to stare at Nitian Hanxing. Even without exchanging blows, he could instinctively feel that the current Nitian Hanxing was no longer what he used to be. He was no longer the same as he was in the past. Even Nitian Guyun, who was known as the #1 person in the 4 empires, was not as good as him. I have to admire your courage. In this world, there are only a few who dare to face me, Nitian Hanxing. Nitian Hanxing sneered, unfortunately, those who face me directly will be turned into ashes without exception. Su Yu said calmly, compared to the past, your arrogance is even greater, but I don't know if your strength is the same. Heh. Everyone was slightly stunned. Listening to Su Yu's tone, why did it seem like he knew Nitian Hanxing? Nitian Hanxing's eyes narrowed as he looked at Su Yu again. Oh? You've seen me. Or are you one of my defeated opponents in the past? Su Yu did not say a word and did not answer. Because the answer was exactly the opposite. Nitian Hanxing had never been defeated in his life, but in the hands of one person, he had been defeated twice. You talk big, then let me see how long you can hold on. Nitian Hanxing moved like lightning and attacked Su Yu in an instant. Su Yu sighed silently, and his figure moved, teleporting to one side. However, just as he appeared, another wave of incomparably ferocious divine power suddenly attacked him from behind. The divine power was vast and contained a mysterious concept that was rarely mastered in today's world. Su Yu wanted to avoid it, but was surprised to find that under the mysterious concept, he seemed to be locked in a space and could not break free. Without thinking, a dark scale appeared in Su Yu's palm, blocking the vital part of his head. The person who attacked was extremely clever. He let out a soft sound as if he recognized the origin of the scale. Knowing that he could not attack by force, he temporarily changed the angle and hit Su Yu's chest. Puff! An extremely dull sound came, tearing the clothes on Su Yu's body. However, when it hit Su Yu's back, it was like a mortal's finger inserted into an iron plate, and the person's wrist was shattered. At the same time, the mysterious palm force bounced back with divine power. If there were no accidents, the fate of the sneak attacker was no different from Nitian Sha. However, an accident really did happen. His opponent had actually sensed that something was amiss. His body instantly turned into nothingness, and the rebounding force of his palm was dissolved as if it had struck cotton. Suyu leaped some distance away and turned his head to take a look. He was slightly surprised. A mermaid in an imperial robe had his chest pierced through, revealing a hideous bloody hole, and his heart was destroyed. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. His opponent's expression was also calm, as if he was not in any pain. He was just staring at Suyu with slight surprise. Suyu was also surprised. The person who attacked was the Mermaid Emperor. The Mermaid Emperor stared at Suyu and shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that you have angered someone you shouldn't have. For the safety of the God realm, you have to rest for the time being. In an instant, Suyu understood the Mermaid Emperor's intention. Fearing that he would not die, Nitian Hanxing was enraged. His inverse will erupted, causing him to evolve into an inverse demon. Hence, he wanted to kill Suyu with a sneak attack. After saying that, the Mermaid Emperor's eyes were cold, and he attacked mercilessly. However, with a roar of thunder, the residual shadow of Nitian Hanxing pierced through the sky like lightning. The target of the attack was none other than the Mermaid Emperor. As the two exchanged blows, the Mermaid Emperor's body was on the verge of collapse, but he still looked as if he had not been seriously injured. Nitian Hanxing revealed his real body and stared at the Mermaid Emperor contemptuously. "Who are you?" "I, Nitian Hanxing, want to kill someone." "Since when did you have the right to sneak attack him?" "Get lost." The Mermaid Emperor was slightly angry, but he immediately calmed down. He understood that his sneak attack had angered Nitian Hanxing even more. He silently retreated to the side, and the injuries on his body immediately healed. This scene made Suyu's eyes flash. "All right, no one is bothering us." Nitian Hanxing grinned. "Let's continue." Heaven-defying earth-swallowing technique. Nitian Hanxing displayed the second inherited divine technique of the heaven-defying empire, transforming into a ferocious giant mouth that covered the sky. As the giant mouth opened, the blazing sun lost its color, the earth fell into darkness, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was like the end of the world. Everyone was shocked. Was this the heaven-defying earth-swallowing technique? Tai Ching Yun Luan and Bing Huat Sangxing, who had rushed over at the same time, were shocked and trembling. A year ago, Nitian Hanxing had displayed this technique and easily defeated the three of them. It was still fresh in their minds. Bing Huat Sangxing stared at Suyu regretfully. It's a pity that he was able to kill Nitian Shaw and is not a weak person of the empire. He is about to be destroyed by Nitian Hanxing. It is indeed a pity. Let's see how long he can hold on. Back then, the three of us joined forces, but we could only hold on for half an hour, Tai Ching Yun Luan said regretfully, staring at Nitian Hanxing with deep anger and helplessness. In today's God realm, Nitian Hanxing was the only one, and there was no creature that could compete with him. He was already an invincible existence. However, the next scene made them feel even more incredulous. They saw Suyu turn over his palm, and 9 golden spots of light, like 9 blazing suns in a dark world, broke through the darkness and rose into the sky. The 9 blazing suns flew across the sky and immediately rotated, and the golden light became more and more dazzling. The darkness was shattered, leaving only the golden world. All the creatures clearly saw the 9 suns rotating, crushing the giant mouth that had swallowed the world. How is this possible? Tai Ching Yun Luan was shocked. Bing Huat Sangxing looked even more horrified. Impossible. The divine technique that the three of us joined forces could not defeat, and he destroyed it with one move? Who is he? How can there be such a powerful creature in my god realm? Is this impossible? Even the Mermaid Emperor looked surprised, and immediately fell into deep thought. The giant mouth was shattered, and a figure retreated in a sorry state. He looked surprised, and then his eyes showed a hint of crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha. No wonder you dare to go against me, Nitian Hanxing. It turns out that there are still real experts hidden in my god realm. Tell me your name. I, Nitian Hanxing, do not kill nameless people, Suyu said indifferently. You will know later. Nitian Hanxing's fighting spirit was crazy, and it was accompanied by a surge of defiance. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha ha. Well, I haven't met a strong opponent for a long time, maybe you can let me have a little more fun. Heaven-defying soul-seizing technique. At this time, Niti-enhancing roared and turned into a transparent giant palm. The giant palm had a shadow and was invisible, and everyone could only see the shadow of the palm vanish. He slammed down from the sky, and all the tangible things were safe and sound. However, the continent covered by the shadow of the palm was destroyed. Whether it was an ant like a speck of dust or a level 4 deity like a heaven master, they were all killed in an instant, without exception. Their bodies were intact, but their souls were destroyed. Taiching Yunhuan's pupils shrank, and she grabbed Yunhui with one hand and retreated until she was out of the range of the palm shadow. Her full chest rose and fell violently, showing the turmoil in her heart. She said solemnly, "The heaven-defying empire's first inherited divine technique. The divine technique that even Nitian Guyun has never successfully cultivated." Binghua Tsangxing and the Mermaid Emperor immediately retreated, afraid of being exposed to this palm. This was because this technique could also cause fatal damage to them. It had caused the death of countless lives, and it was just the appearance of the palm shadow. 10,000 realms annihilation. Niti-enhancing roared, and the palm print suddenly slammed down. Boom! The palm print slammed down, and Taiching Yunhuan and the other emperors retreated again, because their souls were deeply throbbing, as if they were about to be destroyed. Su Yu also felt the threat from his soul. He had lost the suppression of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, and his soul defense had lost its invincible advantage. However, he was not the slightest bit anxious. Instead, he flipped his palm, and a dark silver long sword appeared. As soon as this sword appeared, the dazzling golden light of the 9 golden suns immediately dimmed, and all of them swirled and fell. A faint silver light illuminated the dark earth. Su Yu held the long sword in his hand, and with a glimmer, he rose against the sky like a comet. The destructive palm shadow disappeared, and the glimmer was like a bug fire. The two suddenly collided at the border of heaven and earth. Whether it was Taiching Yunhuan, Binghua Tsangxing, or the Mermaid Emperor, they were all deeply attracted by the two lights between heaven and earth at this moment. They held their breath and looked into the distance, watching the collision that cut through heaven and earth. Boom! The violent roar of the soul level spread out with the power of the divine realm. The mighty sword energy, the boundless sharpness, the destructive palm shadow, and the terrible will to destroy the soul erupted in the line between heaven and earth. The sweeping waves, wrapped in the aura of destruction of the soul, were mixed with the boundless sharpness, as if they would not stop until this part of the world was destroyed, destroying the yin and yang of the universe. Taiching Yunhuan, Binghua Tsangxing, and the Mermaid Emperor were all horrified and immediately retreated. They watched as the radiation shock wave swept away countless lives, destroyed the 3 great royal families, and swept away the many strong men of the divine realm. They wanted to save them, but in the terrible wave of the primordial chaos, they could only protect themselves. Watching them suffer a catastrophe, the man of the divine light who was fighting with Niti-enhancing suddenly pulled out a thick chain that was millions of feet long. "Suppress!" he shouted loudly, and the chain hovered in the sky, encircling the shock wave that swept in all directions. The shock wave hit the chain and was rebounded back to the center of the explosion. The shock wave from all directions once again gathered in the center, and a violent collision occurred, causing the energy to erupt wildly up and down. Looking from afar, 2 terrifying energy beams penetrated the heaven and earth. After a few breaths, the terrible destructive energy slowly dissipated. However, within the range of the chain, everything had been wiped out, whether it was a living creature or a tangible object, and not a single speck of dust remained. Far away in the sky, Taiching Yunhui witnessed the earth-shattering scene, and her soul trembled. She stared at Su Yu from afar, and her throat seemed to be blocked by something, unable to speak for a long time. She took a few deep breaths before stammering, He is actually like this." Taiching Yunhuan was also horrified and deeply shocked. "My divine realm, is there really an unparalleled divine king hidden in it?" Suddenly, she realized the meaning of Taiching Yunhui's words, and said in shock, "You know him?" Taiching Yunhui took a few deep breaths and said, "He is a member of the meet of outstanding talent." "How is that possible?" Taiching Yunhuan exclaimed. "That kind of unparalleled divine king, the unparalleled saint, is a member of the younger generation? Binghua Zhangxing's eyes fluctuated violently, unable to calm down, and he shook his head decisively. Impossible. He must be an old monster who has lived for hundreds of millions of years. It is very likely that he is an ancient creature who escaped the calamity in the ancient times, and not a member of the younger generation. That kind of divine technique that brought about the power of destruction with every move brought an indelible shock to the depths of their hearts. Chapter 1552. As such, they firmly believed that the mysterious figure was the ancient saint who had hidden in the world. Unparalleled godly king? An ancient living being? Taiching Yunhui's eyes widened in disbelief. The existence she had come into close contact with was such a distant existence. Thinking about all the things that happened before, Taiching Yunhui felt like she was in a dream. When she recalled how she had looked down on him, she couldn't help but shiver and break out in cold sweat. The reason she was able to live until now was all thanks to the benevolence of that senior who didn't care about a junior like her. Otherwise, with just a thought from him, she would have been erased from the world. Yunhui, tell me, how did you two get to know each other? Taiching Yunhuan said emotionally as she stared at the majestic figure. Taiching Yunhui stammered as she explained everything that had happened between them. After listening to it, Taiching Yunhuan's joyful expression was immediately replaced by solemnity and unsightly. Taiching Yunhui felt like a disaster was about to befall her. She said with an indescribable pressure in her chest, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I definitely won't implicate the Taiching dynasty. If that senior wants to blame me, I will use my death to apologize." Taiching Yunhuan looked at Yunhui apologetically. After a long silence, she couldn't help but sigh. If that senior is really dissatisfied with you, Yunhui, at that time, don't blame me for not caring about you. These words had undoubtedly determined Taiching Yunhui's fate. Her heart was filled with sorrow. It was an unintentional collision, but it caused her to perish. That old monster that was billions of years old could affect the ups and downs of her fate with just a wave of his hand. Helplessness and sorrow surged in her heart. She could only accept her fate and sobbed, "Yunhui understands." At this moment, she couldn't help but think about the unparalleled hero that she had promised to marry. She smiled bitterly in her heart. "Even if I want to fulfill my promise, I'm afraid I won't be able to." Taiching Yunhuan painfully closed her eyes. If there was a chance, she didn't want Yunhui to be hurt. However, looking at the supreme figure, Taiching Yunhuan's heart was as firm as steel. She had no choice. Crack, crack. At this moment, the chains suddenly retracted. Many beings looked over and their pupils shrunk to the size of needles. They wished their eyes could fly to the center of the battlefield and look at them from a close distance. Slowly, when all the residual power dissipated, the two figures were revealed. Su Yu held his sword with one hand and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His posture was graceful, and it seemed as if the beam of light that had collided with heaven and earth had not touched him in the slightest. On the other hand, Nitian Hanxing's imperial robe was in tatters. His whole body was covered with bloodstains and densely covered with residual sword chi. Especially that insufferably arrogant face, there was a sword scar that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood kept flowing, and no matter how much Nitian Hanxing's divine power tried to repair it, it was useless. He was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone was horrified, but they felt that it was reasonable. Secret ecstasy grew in everyone's hearts like weed. Finally, there was someone who could suppress Nitian Hanxing. At this moment, although Nitian Hanxing was in a sorry state, he was not timid at all. Instead, the temporary defeat had stimulated his rebellious will to not admit defeat. His face was even more ferocious as he growled, "Who are you?" Su Yu replied calmly, "Didn't I say that you would find out soon?" Nitian Hanxing stared at Su Yu and could not help but let out a low, inhuman roar from his throat. It was like some kind of ancient ferocious creature that was sleeping, and it was creepy to hear. The Mermaid Emperor's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Don't push him anymore, he is showing signs of turning into a demon." That unsettling roar was the voice of the demon. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to it. He held the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Nitian Hanxing from afar. "I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you have indeed grown a lot. Unfortunately, as I said, the growth of your strength is not worthy of your arrogance. 2 years. Nitian Hanxing's pupils shrank. He still could not remember when he had fought with such an unparalleled divine king 2 years ago. However, he would never admit that in this world, there was a creature that could step on top of him. Only he could step on others, and no one was qualified to overpower him. I, Nitian Hanxing, will never be defeated. Nitian Hanxing roared, and the reverse will erupted. The terrifying reverse will carried the will of heaven and earth, and it turned into a majestic shadow of a chain behind him. The shadow was extremely long, stretching to the end of the world. This scene shocked everyone again and made them feel even more horrified. The shadow of the chain of rules. His reverse will is so strong that it has triggered the descent of the shadow of the chain of rules. That was definitely the reverse will approaching the critical point. One more step forward, and there would be a qualitative change. If I want you to die, the heavens will not allow you to live. If I want you to forget, the earth will not allow you to exist. Nitian Hanxing was like an overlord who ruled the universe, destroying all existences that went against his will. When he finished speaking, the majestic reverse will turned into a towering giant arrow, revealing the god-killing reverse will of the divine king of annihilation, and it locked on to Su Yu. Die. The aura around Nitian Hanxing soared and pointed at Su Yu, as if he was a king who dominated the world and was deciding the death of a creature. Su Yu's eyes gradually became fierce, and he shouted briefly but powerfully, "Die!" Boom! The giant arrow of reverse will shuttled through yin and yang, piercing through the universe, and shot towards Su Yu in an instant. In front of the towering giant arrow, Su Yu was as weak as dust. However, not only did Su Yu not draw his sword, but he also put away the dark silver longsword and put his palms together. His figure suddenly blurred, as if it was covered with a layer of mysterious brilliance that no one could see through. Layers of strange flames flickered on top of his head. The strange scene once again aroused a burst of surprise. No one understood what it was, except for one person, and that was the reincarnation of the former World Annihilation Emperor, the Mermaid Emperor. His pupils contracted violently, and his eyeballs bulged. He was unprecedentedly shocked, and his heart was filled with monstrous waves. He exclaimed in his heart, "The God of all paths, the Path God." The flickering lights were the signs of becoming the God of all paths. As far as the Mermaid Emperor knew, in the Lost God Realm, the Star River God Realm, and the Lost Nation, there was only one person who showed signs of becoming a path god. Under the flickering lights, Su Yu's figure also seemed to be flickering, mysterious and unpredictable. Suddenly, the divine light on the surface of Su Yu's body fluctuated violently, and behind him appeared 1,000 feet of light. A total of 8,000 divine Laksana suddenly appeared in the dark sky, from nothingness to reality, from nothingness to reality. Each of them emitted a shocking divine light, filled with boundless divine path. There were 8,000 of them, covering the endless sky. Their divine light shone on the earth. Their divine path shook yin and yang. Their silhouettes intimidated all living beings. However, they were like guardians, surrounding an inconspicuous dust, like stars surrounding the moon, protecting their king, the king of all God. Is it really the divine king? Taiching Yunwan was stunned. However, suddenly, she remembered a legendary figure who had been missing for 2 years. He had also practiced many divine paths. Could he be? Binghua Tsangxing also came to a sudden realization. However, if this was the case, he was even more shocked. It's him. The last news he sent out was that he had killed Nitian Guyun. This news pushed his legendary life to the pinnacle. A junior had grown to the point of killing a king of an empire in just a few years. That had already made many of the older generation feel incredible. If this person in front of them, who was comparable to hundreds of millions of old monsters, was really Su Yu, then how much stronger had he become in the 2 years he had been missing? Was that possible? The facts in front of them fiercely whipped their hearts. The 8,000 divine Laksana opened their eyes at the same time. The 8,000 divine paths burst out at the same time, merging into a strange object. It turned out to be a broken oil lamp. The oil lamp was weak, as if it was about to be annihilated. However, The light emitted by the oil lamp dissipated wherever it shone. Whether it was the atmosphere, the space, or the giant arrow formed by Nitian Hanshing's reverse will, they all dissipated. Instead, there was an additional wisp of 9-colored gas. Some of that gas fell to the ground, and on the devastated earth, it evolved into mountains, insects, fish, birds, and beasts. Some of it floated in the sky and evolved into white clouds, rain and mist, snowflakes, and the common people. All people saw with their own eyes that a mass of gas, in a short moment, evolved into the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. The Mermaid Emperor's eyes flashed with passion, and he murmured excitedly, "The beginning of heaven and earth, the birth of a breath, the creation of all things. Taichu Chi. It can't be wrong, this is the Taichu Chi that only the god of all gods can release." It was rumored that the Taichu realm was derived from a wisp of Taichu Chi. And the Tao god was the only special god that could create Taichu Chi. That oil lamp burned everything, decomposing and restoring it to its original state. Taichu Chi. The expression on Nitian Hanshing's face changed drastically. First, it was surprise, then shock, then a sudden realization, and finally, it turned into a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. "It's you." That roar shook the mountains and rivers, shattered the stars, and resounded in the lost nation that was billions of miles away. Taiching Yunhui's eyes flashed with deep shock, and she could not help but murmur, "My king, that divine king, who is he?" Taiching Yunhuan's chest rose and fell, and her eyes were bright and full of surprise. In this world, there is a second person who can suppress Nitian Hanshing since ancient times. And who could be hated by Nitian Hanshing to such an extent? Who else could it be? Taiching Yunhui's mind roared, as if thousands of disastrous thunders were bombarding her, causing her mind to go blank. He is Su Yu. The 8,000 divine Laksana dispersed, and the oil lamp also went out, sinking into nothingness. The creature that was surrounded by the deities revealed his figure. The impenetrable divine light on the surface of his body had been melted by the light of the oil lamp just now. His real body was revealed. A handsome young man with an ice crystal crown on his head, dressed in an elegant snow-white robe, with silver hair like a waterfall. The wanted portrait that had once shocked the world had long been imprinted in people's hearts. At first glance, the hearts of all creatures seemed to be gripped by something and stopped beating. It was him. It was Su Yu. It was the unparalleled legend who had been missing for several years. He was back. However, unlike the portrait, the Su Yu with the crown on his head was like a real king, the divine king of the gods. With his hands behind his back, he stared at Nitian Hanshing indifferently and took a step forward. That step seemed to shatter the heavens and the earth. Nitian Hanshing, on the other hand, was severely injured and vomited divine blood. Chapter 1553. He had endured humiliation for 2 years. He did not hesitate to kill his father to become a god. He did not hesitate to be swallowed by the inverse demon, just to bury Su Yu one day. It was not easy for his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing the god realm. However, the reality was so cruel, slapping him from the 9 heavens to hell. Su Yu, the man he hated the most in his life, was still above him. Smack! A huge black shadow lashed out mercilessly, sending him flying. He fell to the ground and into the mortal realm. It was the chain. Nitian Hanshing's inverse will surged. With a roar, he shattered the earth and rose into the sky. However, the black shadow struck again, and he was slapped to the ground again. He was unwilling to give up and flew up again. This time, the height of 10,000 feet was taken down. His inverse will did not diminish, but the chain was like a shadow. Less than 10,000 feet high, he was slapped into the mortal realm again. The cycle repeated. 100 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet, until the chain slammed down and crushed him to the ground, like a 5-finger mountain, unable to move. No matter how he roared, no matter how much he roared, the 10,000 feet chain was as steady as a mountain. Nitian Hanshing, from the peak of the god realm, was suppressed in the dust. No one believed that it would be the arrogant, domineering, and willful Nitian Hanshing who did whatever he wanted. Under everyone's gaze, Su Yu held the chain in his hand, like an invincible king, calmly landed, looking down at Nitian Hanshing indifferently. He had been defeated again. He had been thoroughly defeated. I refuse to accept this. Nitian Hanxing punched the ground with both fists, shattering a piece of land. Smack. What responded to him was a foot that pressed his head into the ground. It was as if it was trampling on his head. The weak are weak, and can only obey the strong. You have no right to refuse. Su Yu said lightly, this is your way of inverse will, I will return it to you. Ah! Nitian Hanxing suffered great humiliation and roared with his teeth bared. However, the foot fell on his head, pressing his head deeper into the ground, exposing the back of his neck. Swish! Su Yu took out a dark silver long sword, sharp enough to cut off his head. The cold sword pierced the back of Nitian Hanxing's neck, but he was not afraid. Instead, he laughed. Kill me. Surnamed Su, do you dare? You can't kill me. I have the ultimate defying intent. No one can kill me. If I don't die, I will definitely become a defiant demon. At that time, you, your women, your friends, your people, everything you've ever seen, will all die. Su Yu stroked the dark silver long sword with his fingers. Defy the demon? So, you want me to let you go? Ha 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 ha. Nitian Hanxing laughed maniacally, as if he was once again at the peak of invincibility. Are you afraid? Am I right? Ha 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 ha. First, let me go immediately. Nitian Hanxing grinned hideously, his eyes filled with hatred. Su Yu lightly flicked the dark silver long sword with his finger. What about the second one? Second, cripple your own cultivation and fulfill my request so that my thoughts will be clear. Otherwise, my rebellious will not be smooth and I will immediately turn into a rebellious demon. Don't worry, I can guarantee that if you cripple your own cultivation, I will let you live. Su Yu stared at his own eyes in the reflection of the long sword. The coldness in his eyes became deeper and deeper. Is there a third one? Third. All your women belong to me, Nitian Hanxing, especially Yongye Chushue and Saint Lady Luo Shui. I want you to send them to my bed personally. I will take your place and love them well. Ha 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 ha. All three requests were laughable, but no one was able to laugh. He was not wrong. The body of the defiant demon could not be killed. Forcibly enraging it would only backfire and force out the destructive defiant demon. While the catastrophe of the sinful girl was still ongoing, the defiant demon had already appeared. Seeing that Su Yu was silent, Nitian Hanxing laughed wildly. What are you hesitating for? My rebellious will is getting stronger and stronger, and I might turn into a defiant demon in the next moment. If you don't want the defiant demon to be born, satisfy my three requests immediately. Huff. Su Yu sighed softly. Nitian Hanxing grinned. Why? Can't bear to? Don't worry, I will train your women well, just like I trained Yongye Wuheng's fiancé, and make them loyal to me. Shaking his head, Su Yu said softly, death is not to be regretted. Hey! Everyone was stunned. What was Su Yu trying to do? Nitian Hanxing's grin stiffened slightly. What do you mean? Su Yu's eyes moved away from the dark silver sword, revealing a pair of eyes that were bone-chilling, as if they had been melted from ancient ice. Anyone who saw this scene felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were about to be frozen. What a terrifying gaze. Nitian Hanxing's heart suddenly stopped, as if he had missed a beat. What I mean is, if you have said your last words, you can go on your way. Su Yu raised the cold sword and said coldly. Nitian Hanxing's expression suddenly changed, and he roared, if you kill me, the defiant demon will be born. Su Yu said, then, I will kill the defiant demon as well. Boundless murderous intent suddenly erupted. Wait. I don't want your women, I don't want you to abolish my cultivation, I just want you to let me go. Nitian Hanxing's eyes were filled with fear. How could he not know that if the defiant demon really appeared, the first to die would not be anyone else, but him? If his will was replaced by the defiant demon, Nitian Hanxing would only be left with his body, which was equivalent to death. The one who was most afraid of being killed by the defiant demon was actually him. He regretted that he had misjudged Su Yu's determination and decisiveness, and even more regretted that he had asked the wrong person. He thought that Su Yu would be like the other creatures, fearful of the birth of the defiant demon. In the end, Su Yu's face was indifferent. It's too late. Suyu. You will regret this. Nitian Hanxing let out the last cry of his life, and his head was cut off by a dark silver light. His soul was also destroyed in an instant. The head rolled on the ground a few times and landed in front of Suyu's feet. Its face was facing up, and its eyes were the size of copper bells, filled with hatred and a hideous grin. Imperceptibly, at the last moment of his soul's destruction, it passed on a vicious curse to Suyu. I will wait for you in hell. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Humph. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and his soul eyes swept over, completely wiping out the remaining soul power. At this point, the number 1 Nitian Hanxing of the God Realm was completely destroyed. In his life, he was considered a rare genius, far ahead of his peers, and in less than 100 years of age, he surpassed the ancient monsters and surpassed the God Realm, becoming the Emperor of the God Realm. Unfortunately, he met Suyu, and from the moment they met, he was stepped on. Until today, he was completely buried by Suyu's sword. The vast empire, the boundless mountains and rivers, was silent. They stared at the decapitated Nitian Hanxing, as if they were in a dream. That insufferably arrogant emperor had fallen just like that. Only one person's face was gloomy and unsightly. Suyu. You have made a big mistake. The mermaid emperor flew over, his eyes full of reproach. Suyu turned his head, calmly shaking off the blood on the dark silver long sword, and said, How is it not a big mistake? He wants me to destroy my own cultivation and send a woman to his bed. He wants me to sacrifice myself to satisfy his request. Is this not a big mistake? He had already seen through the mermaid emperor, or rather, the former world annihilation emperor, as a human. He would do anything to achieve his goal. The mermaid emperor said in a low voice, You don't understand, what have you done? The inverse demon. We don't have the strength to fight against the inverse demon. Suyu's expression was calm. I said, I want to kill the inverse demon. His eyes suddenly burst with fierce murderous intent, and the dark silver long sword in his hand suddenly shot out, stabbing straight at the mermaid emperor. The mermaid emperor was caught off guard, and he yelled in shock, Suyu. You want to kill me too? However, Suyu's cold eyes were disdainful, mercilessly stabbing at his shoulder. The mermaid emperor was shocked and angry, and immediately retreated. Go. Suyu flicked his fingertips, and the dark silver long sword flew out of his palm, stabbing straight at him. The mermaid emperor calmed down from the panic, and with a slide of his shoulder, he narrowly avoided the sword. Just as he was about to rebuke Suyu angrily, a low and hoarse voice came from behind him. The voice was extremely strange, and it sounded like metal rubbing against each other. It was extremely ear-piercing and evil, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Ha ha, the long-lost heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword. Back then, the demon sword emperor also used this sword to stab me. The voice actually appeared on the mermaid emperor's shoulder, right under his ear. Even when the mermaid emperor was speaking, he could hear it as if the other party was squatting on his shoulder. Looking sideways, the mermaid emperor's heart suddenly stopped, and his pupils shrank sharply. He saw a creature that was as dark as a shadow standing behind him, and a face was leaning on his shoulder without anyone noticing. That face had no eyes, nose, ears, mouth, or cheeks. It was a faceless man. The one who spoke was his right hand. In the palm of one hand, there was a strange hand with a mouth full of fangs and long nails. And his eyes were in the palm of his right hand. The black shadow monster stood behind the mermaid emperor, its faceless head resting on his shoulder, and its two hands were raised high. One was speaking, and the other was looking. At its neck, a dark silver long sword had pierced through it. Unfortunately, the demon sword emperor is no longer here. This sword can't hurt me. The faceless man laughed hoarsely. The dark silver long sword was suddenly ejected by a force and shot back towards Suyu. Suyu's eyes were like lightning, and he clenched his 5 fingers, holding the hilt of the sword. However, within the hilt of the sword, there was a mighty force that made Suyu frown deeply. His arm involuntarily transformed into the dragon claw of the world annihilation dragon, and the dragon body in his body surged. Only then did he manage to resolve the power in the hilt of the sword and hold the silver sword. The wound on the faceless man's throat healed instantly. You are the inverse demon? Su Yu put away the dark silver long sword and calmly clenched his palm, collecting the divine blood dripping from it. His mind was extremely alert, as if he had encountered the giant of the bitter sea. The faceless man let out a harsh and unpleasant voice. Of course, I want to thank you for releasing me. Nitian Hanxing was timid and never dared to take the last step. It was you who killed him with a sword that really stimulated the last trace of his rebellious will, and I was able to appear in the world. The palm with the eye looked around, full of nostalgia and cruelty. The god realm that I haven't seen for a long time, the descendant of an old friend, haha, well, all must die, all must be destroyed, this god realm, I will make it so that not even a blade of grass grows. This universe, I will destroy the sun and the moon. Those who stand in my way, die. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was that the inverse demon? The mermaid emperor's face was extremely ugly. Only Su Yu said calmly, not even a blade of grass grows. Destroy the sun and the moon? You should think about whether you can survive first. I said, the inverse demon, kill. Chapter 1554. Ha ha ha. I am an immortal and indestructible existence. Even if the 9 emperors were still alive, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me, much less you. The eyes in the inverse demon palm laughed mockingly, and the mouth in the right palm curled into a mocking arc. This god realm has been an eyesore for far too long. This time, it's time to destroy it. The Nimo said sinisterly. A destructive will that could destroy the world leaked out of the Nimo's body and swept towards the sky. Suddenly, a huge gap appeared in the sky. It was the spatial barrier. Under the flames of Annihilation's will, the gap rapidly expanded. It looked as if it wanted to burn the entire god realm and bury everything. The hearts of Tai Ching Yun Luan and Binghua Tsangxing trembled. The newly born Nimo had the power to destroy the world. They could clearly sense how terrifying that destructive will was. If they were to fall into it, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long before they were destroyed into nothingness. The mermaid emperor was anxious and angry, and he complained, Su Yu, it's all because of your stubbornness and arrogance that led to the emergence of the defiant fiend. You can't atone for your sins even if you die 100 times. Some deities were afraid of Su Yu's magical powers, so they didn't dare to criticize him in public. However, their eyes were filled with hatred. Binghua Tsangxing said in a low voice, Su Yu, you have provoked the inverse demon and harmed the common people. You must take responsibility for this. Yes. Why didn't he listen to our advice? Why did he insist on killing Nitian Hanxing? A hidden deity shouted angrily in the crowd. It's all your fault. You're the one who harmed us. It was as if the one destroying the world was not the inverse demon, but Su Yu. Countless voices of condemnation converged into a will. Su Yu was the main culprit. They did not dare to hate the Nimo because a single will of the Nimo could turn them into dust. However, they dared to hate Su Yu because Su Yu was an upright man who would never kill the innocent. Hence, they dared to hate him. Upon hearing this, Su Yu responded with indifference. The Tai East Emperor Bell's Taiching mystic Jade said angrily, bullshit. He is protecting the divine realm, but you bunch of people who are under his protection are not helping him. Instead, you blame him for attracting enemies. Do you think that the enemy won't appear if you keep tolerating them? He comforted himself. How could such a foolish mentality appear in the hearts of so many gods? It's the biggest joke in the world. Taiching mystic Jade was extremely angry, and said angrily, think about your recent situation, how Nitian Hanxing has trampled you like livestock, how you are struggling at death's door, how you can't even lift your heads in front of him. Women were taken by him by force, friends and relatives were killed by him for fun, and the resources that you have accumulated over the years were robbed. You are living a slave life that is worse than animals. Who killed this disaster and saved you? Is that you? Or you? Or you guys? None of them. It's Su Yu. Taiching Miaoyu looked down on them with contempt, even towards Binghua Tsangxing. What qualifications do you have to suppress him? Just because you're weak, you can ask him to take responsibility for you. Her fierce and sarcastic words caused many living beings to be speechless. However, she had indeed angered the gods, and she rebuked, don't talk about other things. I only have one question for you. Was the inverse demon provoked by Su Yu? Hee hee. Tai Ching Mystic Jade laughed out of anger. Looking at the pairs of eyes that only dared to be fierce to their own people but were as weak as dogs to the enemy, she felt extremely disgusted. What? You have nothing to say? If you have nothing to say, then please ask Senior Su Yu to give everyone an explanation. The creature hidden in the crowd said righteously. Yes. We want an explanation. If Su Yu does not give an explanation, the people of the God Realm will all curse him. He will be a sinner of the God Realm for all eternity. Tai Ching Miaoyu was trembling with anger. She felt that those friendly faces in the past had become abhorrent. She sneered. What explanation do you want? The living beings below were silent for a while, and then a fierce voice roared, Su Yu, kill yourself. Only then can you quench the anger of the inverse demon. Ha ha ha. Tai Ching Miaoyu trembled all over, not knowing whether she was angry or laughing. Tai Ching Yunhui also felt angry and sad. In the face of a catastrophe, the wisdom of the living beings was often stupid. Would the inverse demon let them go if they killed Su Yu? It was simply too stupid. Looking at Su Yu, who was suffering the condemnation of the living beings, Tai Ching Yunhui wanted to speak up for him. However, looking down at the living beings, she felt an inexplicable chill, and her heart was filled with fear. Her lips wriggled a few times, but in the end, she did not dare to defy the will of the people and plead for Su Yu. Only Tai Ching Miaoyu was not afraid of the tiger. She did not know where she got the courage to face the living beings. She was hateful and disappointed, and her face was incomparably cold. A bunch of stupid people. You can live and die on your own. As for you all hating him, cursing him, and writing him as a sinner of the ages in the history books, so what? Su Yu does not need to care about you stupid creatures. The ice and fire scripture and the Nitian Lung Shan were also stirred up, and they rebuked the living beings with righteous indignation. However, what they got was an even stronger rebuttal from the living beings. The voices calling for Su Yu to be killed and to appease the emotions of the inverse demon grew stronger and stronger. The inverse demon, who was watching leisurely from the sidelines, had a mocking look in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. You're right. As long as Su Yu is dead, my rebellious will be smooth, and I will no longer destroy the God Realm. I can guarantee that. Hearing that, the living beings seemed to be grasping at the last life-saving straw, and their spirits were greatly shaken. Did you hear that? Su Yu, hurry up and atone for your sins with death. You are the one who caused the disaster, of course. You have to be the one to resolve it. Kill yourself. What are you still hesitating for? It's all because of your power and prestige that you have harmed the common people. Why don't you kill yourself now? The voices of the living beings had reached an unprecedented height. The strength of the will forced the 8,000 Dharma idols behind Su Yu to emerge involuntarily. The divine light on their bodies flickered, as if they were bearing great pressure for Su Yu, and each of them had a painful look on their faces. Looking down at the living beings, Su Yu suddenly remembered the scene he saw when he passed by the mermaid tribe not long ago. The wisdom of the living beings was stupid, and there were always only a few people who were truly sober. Su Yu had always done things with a clear conscience. He could not sit back and watch the sinful lady destroy the world, so he ran around. He could not sit back and watch Nitian Hanxing trample on the world unscrupulously, so he drew his sword out of the mountain. However, how did he treat the common people, and how did the common people treat him? At this moment, Su Yu suddenly understood why so many ancient monsters had hearts as cold as iron. Did they not have the grand ideal of helping the world and helping all living beings when they were young? Perhaps they did, but some of them were abandoned by the common people. There was no sadness in his heart, but there was a hint of relief. A relaxed smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, I am just a seagull in the world, and naturally, I cannot bear the responsibility of saving the world. How can your fate be decided by me alone? His heart was freed, and Su Yu's mind was instantly clear as if it had been cleansed. Who needs you to save them? You atone for your sins with your death, and that is the greatest salvation for the world. Bah! You still have the cheek to laugh. Why are you not dead yet? Su Yu's left eye gradually glowed with a wine-red luster, and he said lightly, I said, Ni Mo, I will kill all of you. There is no need to atone for your sins with your death. Swish, suddenly, the Mermaid Emperor's body was surrounded by a phantom of the space law chain. With a flash of light, the Mermaid Emperor was instantly teleported in front of Su Yu. Immediately afterward, a blood-red giant sword that was millions of feet long appeared in Su Yu's hand. The Azura Sword. The ninth divine object of the Emperor-based Saint artifact, the Azura Sword. The Mermaid Emperor was shocked and subconsciously dodged. However, at this moment, he realized that something seemed to be pulling him from behind. Turning his head, he saw that it was a long, rope-like black shadow. At the other end of the black shadow were the legs of the Ni-Mo. It turned out that the Ni-Mo had no legs, and he could only attach himself to a certain creature through the inverse will. The Mermaid Emperor's scalp went numb, and he immediately activated the mysterious divine power, trying to cut off the black shadow that entangled him and cut off the connection between him and the Ni-Mo. However, even the 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword was helpless, let alone ordinary divine power. With a palm strike, the black shadow directly rebounded the divine power, and the Mermaid Emperor could do nothing about it. He, be my puppet obediently. The Ni-Mo laughed mockingly, followed the black shadow, and quickly swept towards the Mermaid Emperor, trying to attach himself to him again. However, at this moment, the Azura Sword, which was full of boundless Azura aura, suddenly slashed down with destructive force. The Ni-Mo suddenly let out a scream, and the black shadow was neatly cut by the Azura Sword. Having lost its attachment, the Ni-Mo fell from the sky like a deflated balloon, and the terrible inverse will rapidly weakened. The destructive flames that were burning the sky also stopped, and the sky began to repair itself. The disaster that was about to befall them was suddenly resolved. Everyone was stunned and extremely puzzled. That powerful Ni-Mo, just like that, was knocked to the ground. The Ni-Mo lay on the ground, and a black shadow extended from his legs, connecting to the nearest ordinary female cultivator. Following the black shadow, the Ni-Mo immediately attached itself to her body. However, a flash of bloodlight flashed, and the black shadow was cut off. Another scream was heard, and the Ni-Mo rolled and roared in pain on the ground, in extreme pain. However, he was like a drowning monster, constantly extending his black shadow, trying in vain to attach himself to certain creatures, but was cut off by the Azura Sword again and again. Finally, everyone understood. The Ni-Mo needed to attach himself to certain creatures in order to unleash its terrifying power. If there was no attachment, it would be extremely fragile. Ecstasy filled the hearts of everyone. Ha ha ha. It turns out that the Ni-Mo is so easy to deal with. Ha, that's right, it was really a false alarm, and we scared ourselves. Phew. That's great, we're saved. They rejoiced that they looked harmless, the kindest, most peaceful and ordinary creatures, as if the group of ugly faces that clamored for Su Yu to atone for their sins with death were someone else. Taiching Yunhui was shocked. My king, what's going on? Taiching Yunhuan was also puzzled. I'm afraid we have to ask Su Yu. The Ni-Mo tried several times to no avail. He raised his palm, and the eyes and mouth on his palm were full of hatred. How dare you ruin my plans? Su Yu stood on the Azura Sword and stared at him indifferently. As expected, although you are strong, there are limits. The Ni-Mo was not born out of thin air, but a product that existed in the human heart, similar to the inner demon. It could not exist independently, and could only attach itself to other creatures. Otherwise, it would be very weak and useless. Under normal circumstances, it would be born from the body of Nitian Hanxing, directly replacing his will and hiding in his body. However, Su Yu killed Nitian Hanxing, and it was forced to choose other creatures to attach itself to. This was why, as soon as it appeared, it attached itself to the back of the Mermaid Emperor. Back then, the will of the heaven-defying divine warrior was more than half occupied by the Ni-Mo, which was why the Ni-Mo was so powerful and unpredictable. The stronger the body it attached itself to, the more terrifying the power it could exert. Fortunately, Su Yu killed Nitian Hanxing in time and destroyed his will. If it had attached itself to Nitian Hanxing, it would have been even more powerful. Of course, it was even more fortunate that Su Yu had the first sword of the Emperor-based Saint artifact, the Azura Sword. Without this sword, Perhaps no divine weapon could cut off its legs, and it could only watch as it continued to grow stronger. Holding the sword, Su Yu came in front of the Nimo, who was gradually weakening and on the verge of disappearing. He said lightly, "It seems that your appearance will soon come to an end. Wait quietly for the next Nimo to appear. By then, it would be hundreds of millions of years later." However, the eyes on the palm of the weak Nimo showed a hint of mockery. "I'm afraid I can't let you get what you want. There is still an unexpected expert hidden in the Taichu dynasty." "Huh?" Su Yu frowned, but his reaction was extremely quick. Without saying a word, the Azura sword slashed down and immediately killed the Nimo. The Nimo was also shocked and said angrily, "Why aren't you attacking?